call your next witness, please.
The state calls Kyle Jordan.
You can follow me, sir. Please watch your step and stand in front of the chair. Please raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Kyle Jordan,
Spell your last name.
Jordan.
And do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat and please speak into the microphone for the jury.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Jordan.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury where you live right now and where you work?
Right now I live in Little Rock, Arkansas, and I work for a company based in New York. I am the global talent acquisition manager, so I lead hiring and staffing for them.
How long have you been in Little Rock, Arkansas?
About a year and a half.
Prior to that, where did you live?
I was in Roselle, New Jersey, commuting into New York for about 2.5 years before that.
How old are you?
I am 32.
Back in February of 2014, did you attend school?
Yes.
Where did you go to school?
I went to Rutgers.
What year were you at Rutgers in 2014?
That was my senior year.
Where in New Brunswick did you live in February of 2014?
I was on 21 Hartwell Street.
How long did you live there?
A year.
And who did you live there with?
I lived there with John Trump, Steve Costas, and Chris Finn.
Let me show you what's been marked as S703M. I've previously shown to the defense counsel. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that looks like the house that I lived in.
That's the house they lived in on Hartwell Street?
I believe so, yeah.
And is that how it looked back in 2014?
Yes, I believe so.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves it as 703 and its evidence. No objection.
That's 703 in evidence.
Did you know an individual by the name of Billy McCaw?
Yes, I did.
How did you know him?
Through my girlfriend at the time,
Who was your girlfriend?
Michaela.
How long did you date Michaela?
About 2 years.
Describe your relationship with Billy McCaw.
I would consider us acquaintances. We had a lot of mutual friends as well. He was friends with a lot of the guys in my fraternity at the time, so we'd see each other at parties, events. You know, we'd talk, we'd have conversations. We got along, you know, when we did talk. So, so I would call us acquaintances, I guess.
Did you socialize with Billy?
Yes.
Where did Michaela live in 2014?
I believe she was on George Street.
Do you know what address?
No, I don't.
How long after you started dating Michaela did you meet Billy?
I don't believe it was long after. They were already friends at the time.
Okay. Did Billy ever stay over at Michaela's house?
Yes.
Did you ever stay over at Michaela's house while Billy was present?
Yes. Yes, I was at Michaela's house most nights.
Did you have any issues with that?
No.
I'm going to direct your attention to February 14th of 2014, Valentine's Day. Do you recall where you were that night?
Yes, I was at my friend's place.
Where was that?
34 Cortlandt Street.
Who was your friend at 34 Portland Street?
So there is 6 of them. It's Stephen Prahota, Drew Brescia, Kyle Joes, Mike Levine, Jay Patel, Matt Lacey.
What were you guys doing on Portland Street that night?
Pretty much just playing drinking games. There was a USA hockey game the next morning, early morning. So, you know, we just wanted to hang out, you know, drink, wake up early and watch the game.
Was Michaela with you that night?
Yes, she was.
Besides the people you mentioned, were there any other people there at that house that night?
I believe so. I would assume that the two of the guys that I lived with was also there, Steve Puskas and John Trump, and then guys who had lived with that group of friends in prior years, Mario Espina, and probably Rob Ross was also there.
Do you remember approximately what time you went over to Cortlandt Street that night?
I don't remember.
Was it before midnight?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was definitely well before midnight.
Was Michaela with you the entire time you were at Cortlandt Street that night?
Yes, she was.
Did you and Michaela stay over at that address that night?
Yes, we slept there.
Where did you guys sleep at Cortlandt Street?
In the couches
And why did you guys stay over there that night?
to watch the game the next morning. We were just watching the USA hockey game.
Do you remember what time you woke up the next day?
I would guess around 8 a.m.
What did you do after that?
I believe we watched the game for a little bit before leaving.
Okay, the game was on that early?
Yeah.
Was Michaela with you while you were watching the game?
Yes.
And at some point, did you go back to your address on Hartwell?
Yes, we did.
Do you remember approximately what time you went back?
I would say a few hours after we woke up.
How did you get back from Cortlandt Street to Hartwell?
We walked. It's a short walk.
How many blocks?
A couple blocks. It was probably a 3-4 minute walk.
Did anyone go with you back to Hartwell, to your address?
It was just me and Michaela walking back.
I'm going to show you what's been previously shown to defense counsel as 703K and 703G. Do you recognize those?
Yeah, so I'm seeing Hartwell Street here, Robinson, Lewis Street, and a couple blocks near.
Okay. So are those fair and accurate depictions of the layout of the streets back in February of 2014?
Yes.
And with respect to 703K, is that a close-up of the layout of Hartwell Streets and Robinson Streets, as well as Hamilton Streets?
Yes.
And 703G is a further out version of that map, right?
Yes.
And does 703G contain Cortlandt Street?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves as 703G and 703K into evidence. No objection. Let's go. This is a pointer. This actually switches the pictures, the big one in the middle, so your inclination is probably going to hit that. So hit the top one. That's what can illuminate the screen.
Okay.
Okay. Can you see that map up on the screen, 703K?
Yes.
All right. Is that the close-up of what you just described to the jury?
Yes.
All right, and that shows, can you point out Hartwell Street?
Hartwell Street.
Okay. How about Robinson Street?
Robinson Street's here.
Oh, I think you hit that middle button. Okay. Is Hamilton Street on it?
I don't see Hamilton. Oh, yeah, it's at the bottom actually. That looks like Hamilton Street.
Okay, on the bottom of the map?
Yeah.
All right. On that map, 703K, do you see where you lived on Hartwell Street?
I was 21 Hartwell Street. So I was right here.
Okay. And that's actually marked on the map, right, 21?
Yep.
Let's go to the next, 703J. Can you point out Cortlandt Street to the jury on 703J? Can you, on that map, also point out where you lived on Hartwell? Can you indicate to the jury the way that you walked back to Hartwell Street that night?
You mean the next morning?
I'm sorry, the next morning. I apologize.
I honestly don't remember. My best guess would be we walked down here and onto Hartwell Street from this way.
What street are you indicating there?
I guess that would be Delafield, walking
Del-
down Delafield, but I'm
Okay.
not 100% positive on that.
Okay, all right. All right, so Michaela was with you the entire night and when you walked home the next day, correct?
Yes.
All right. And did Michaela go over to your house on Hartwell Street after that?
Yes.
And we're talking about February 15th, 2014, right?
Yes.
As you were walking back to Hartwell that morning, did you notice anything unusual?
Yes. You know, the house pretty much across the street had tape, you know, police tape, ambulance, and cops.
What, did you know what that was at that point?
No, I didn't.
Did you recognize that as a crime scene?
I would have, yeah, assumed there was a crime scene.
At some point, did you learn that that was the scene of a murder?
Afterwards, yeah. I don't know if it was the next day or if it was the afternoon, the same day, but sometime afterwards. I found
Did you speak to the police in the coming days after that?
it. Yes.
Actually, before we get to that, did you learn at some point that Billy McCaw's body was found on Hartwell Street?
At some point afterwards,
And was that the location where you observed the police that
Yeah.
morning as you walked home?
yes.
Now, you spoke to law enforcement after that?
Yes, I did.
Did you give a taped statement?
Yes, I did.
Did you also give them a DNA sample?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you, at any point, have any problems or issues with Billy McCaw?
No.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I asked you this, I think I did, but what year were you in February 2014 at Rutgers?
That was my senior year.
Okay. And you graduated in May, right?
Correct.
Okay. How long did you date Michaela after that?
Not much longer. We were on and off a little bit at the end there, and then I would say by the summer we broke up.
After you graduated?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Ross?
No, no, thank you.
Thank you. You may step down. Your next witness?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The State of Victoria Warwick, or Mr. Young.
Ma'am, you can follow me. the step and stand in front of the chair. Please raise your right hand, state your name for the record,
Victoria O'Neill,
spell your last name,
O'Neill.
and do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat, and please speak into the microphone for the jury.
Good morning. I'm gonna ask you to speak as loud as possible so that all the jurors can hear the testimony, all right?
Okay.
All right, so what is your name, if you could spell your last name for the record?
Victoria O'Neill.
All right, and is that your maiden name or married name?
Married name.
All right, did you go by another, what's your maiden name?
Warwick.
All right,
Spell for the record.
and, no, you don't have to say that for the record. Thank you. So, where do you live, Ms. O'Neill?
I'm in Stamford, Connecticut.
Right, and have you always lived in Stamford, Connecticut?
No, I was in New York City previously for a couple years.
All right, and what do you do for a living?
I'm in marketing.
And did you attend college?
Yes.
Where did you attend college?
Rutgers University.
And what year did you, what year were your years?
I was there from 2011 to 2015.
All right. I want to draw your attention to 2014. At that time, where did you reside? Where did you live?
I lived off campus housing, 82 Senior Street.
And was that in New Brunswick, New Jersey?
Correct.
And at that time, did you know Billy McCall?
Yes.
All right. Can you please explain to the jury how you knew Billy McCall?
We were acquaintances through friends throughout the years we were in college.
All right. Now, what year did you first meet Billy McCall?
Would have been freshman year 2011.
All right. And did you remain friends throughout that time?
Yes.
And would you ever socialize with Billy?
Yeah.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Yeah. No. We would meet each other out at parties sometimes, and I would go to some of his fraternity date nights and things like that.
All right, so you mentioned date nights. Were you guys dating or in any kind of way romantic?
No, just casual.
Oh, all right. And did Billy ever come over to 80 Senior Street?
Yeah, once or twice. Yeah.
Did you have any issue with that? Was that perfectly fine?
Yeah.
Now, I want to draw your attention to February 14th of 2014. Do you recall that evening?
Yes.
Now, explain to the jury what were your plans for that evening.
I was at a fraternity party, the TPX fraternity party with a bunch of my housemates, some of their boyfriends. We were there just at a theme party having fun on Valentine's Day.
All right, thank you. And, well, and at any point, what time is this around that you're out at the fraternity party?
We were probably there between arriving after 11. I know we left around 12:30 or 1.
All right, and now this is gonna sound like a silly question, but what are you doing at this fraternity party?
I was just drinking and dancing.
All right. And at this point, is everyone's doing the same thing, drinking, dancing, party?
Yep.
What did you do after that?
We went to a smaller post-event party, I guess, at another fraternity down the street called Zeta Psi.
All right, and before we get to Zeta Psi, was Billy at that first fraternity party?
He was, yeah.
All right, did you have any conversation with Billy?
It was really just in passing. I saw him in the hallway and said hello.
All right, and then you moved on.
And moved on.
And so now you go to the second fraternity party.
Correct, yes.
Now, to your knowledge, about what time is it now?
So we left around 12:30 or 1. We were at that party from 1 to after 2 a.m.
And at this second party, how far was it away from the first fraternity party?
Like 2 or 3 blocks, like under a 10-minute walk.
All right. Now I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked 7832, Exhibit 832, show the council. You are, may I go through that? 7S832, do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the Zeta Psi fraternity house.
All right, and is that the location where you went to the second fraternity party?
Correct, yes.
All right, Your Honor, the state asked that you.
No
release-
objections.
Thank you, and to be published for the jury. All right, so now on the screen we have S832. Can you explain again to the jury what this is?
Yep, this is a fraternity house, Zeta Psi. One of the groups that we went out with that evening, one of their boyfriends was involved with fraternity, so we went there to see his friends.
All right, And did you enter this particular location through the front door?
No, front door is pretty much non-operational. There was a side and back entrance that people used to get to the house.
Right. Now, at this point, what do? You go to the location, what happens?
We go to the location, there's a couple rooms upstairs where people would gather. So we were in a pair club, just mixing drinks, pouring shots. It was just a small group of people.
All right. And did you see Billy there?
Yes, he arrived shortly after I did.
All right. Can you explain, did you have any interactions with him that evening?
Yeah.
At that location?
At that location, yes. We just, he was in the room with me and, we were pouring shots and having a conversation.
All right. At that point, did anything come up in relation to Billy's phone?
Yeah, he was quite drunk, so I couldn't quite really understand what he was saying, but he kept showing me his phone and saying there was something wrong with it.
Now, when you say quite drunk, on a scale of 1 to 10, where did you believe Billy was at?
I think I had put on the testimony of like an 8 or a 9, but he was pretty intoxicated.
All right. And you said you guys continued to still keep drinking that night?
Yeah.
Now, at what time do you believe you leave this second party?
After 2 a.m.
All right. And what do you do after that? How do you leave?
So I had a broken foot, so we had somebody that was in the fraternity that was drinking that evening offered to drive myself and my friends home because it was snowing. So we left out the side entrance and around to his car. The driver's name was Ing, and a bunch of us piloted and he drove us back to where I was living.
All right. And did Billy get in the car with you?
We were trying to get him into the car. It was quite full, so the driver said we couldn't fit him, and so he did not get in the car.
All right. Now, I want to show you, it's been previously provided to council, SE3A through SE3J. And SE3A is the 18 Pal Jack video. Materials. Of course. Okay.
Can you tell me what that is again?
Yes, S3, Donna, it's gonna be the 18 College Ave video.
Oh, okay.
And then we're gonna go through each clip, so it's gonna be A through J.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna start with the first, let's start with, Jen, please, SE3A, please. All right, we're gonna pause this in the middle. Now, what is this?
This is the back or side entrance, if you will, where people usually enter the fraternity. That was Billy walking up the steps.
All right, and was this the same entrance that you had just referenced that you entered into the party?
Correct.
Go right ahead, Judy. Thank you.
Would it be possible for the witness to spoke up?
Oh, speak up a little bit?
Please.
Sure, sorry.
Big.
All right, and we can go to the next clip, Jen. Thank you. And this is gonna be for the record, SE3B. Yep, deposit. And what is this?
This is the kitchen area that you walk through when you enter the party.
All right, and this is the way that you entered and went through into the party?
Correct, yeah, the other side of those stairs you just witnessed, yeah.
All right, and so we're gonna press play, and then once the video is done, if you could just explain to the jury what was happening in the clip, please. Go right ahead. And pause. Do you see Billy?
Yes, white bandana entering the party through the kitchen.
All right, and what else, can you also describe, I guess, what he's wearing?
Yep, the previous party was a theme party, so he wore red or white Valentine's Day colors, so he was in a white bandana and a red shirt.
All right, and that was, everyone was kind of trying to dress that way?
Yep.
That night, all right. All right, go right ahead. Thank you very much. And now, it seems that they're entering a room. Do you know where they're going next?
Yep, so once you enter here, if there's not a formal party happening, there's usually the small groups upstairs, so you would walk through the main entrance and up the staircase where there would be gatherings of people in certain rooms.
Okay. For the record, we will go to SE3C. All right, and we'll pause here. And is this the hallway that you just described to the jury?
Yes.
All right, go right ahead. And now, that staircase, where does that lead to?
That leads to those smaller satellite parties in people's rooms.
All right. And for the record, we can move now to SE3D. And we can pause this. And where is this now?
So this is the upstairs, so we had just walked up that staircase, you'd find yourself in this area. The rooms to the side are where the little small gatherings would happen.
All right. Thank you very much, Corinne. And are you currently at the party at this point?
I don't see myself yet, but I assume so. And I do see Billy in the back, he's walking through the group of people.
Okay, thank you. And do you see Billy again on?
Yes, with the white bandana walking into the room over here.
Now, what's inside of that room that Billy just entered?
So that was Para Club, it was one of the satellite rooms where people would have drinks in small groups.
All right. And now we will move to SE3E. Let me just pause. And is this that same hallway?
Correct, yeah.
All right, great. Thank you. All right. We'll move to SE3F.
And this is our group. I'm the furthest one all the way down to the bottom of the screen, standing next to my housemates, Lauren on the right, Susie on the left. And Billy is next to me on the left.
All right, and you're carrying like a purse
Yep.
on the side, all right. Now, at this point, you two are just socializing as you described prior.
Yes.
All right, and we'll move to SE3G for the record. We pause that. Now, what's happening here?
This is the group of us that you just saw in the hallway exiting through the kitchen and out of the side exit from the fraternity house.
All right, and if Jennifer could just back up a little bit. Thank you very much. We backed up to, I believe, first. Now, can you point out where Billy is on this particular exhibit?
He's the furthest back out of the group, closest to the camera.
All right, and what does he have on?
Same outfit, the coat, with the bandana and red shirt.
All right, and in this clip, are you right in front of him?
Yes.
All right, and I think towards the bottom of your left foot, is that what you were describing as your
Correct.
injury
Yep.
to your leg?
Yep.
All right, go ahead and play that, John. Thank you. All right, and we'll move to SE3H. All right, and so what's happening here?
The group is walking down the steps and around the house where the car was parked that we were going to get into to drive home.
All right, go ahead. And do you see yourself?
Yep. I'm the one slowly walking with the boot.
And do you see Billy?
Yes, he's next to me on the left with the white bandana. And
Okay.
he's just fallen.
Can we pause it right there? So what had just happened there?
He had fallen in the snow.
All right, and at this point in time, what, 1 to 10, where do you think Billy is at this time?
Probably a 10 in intoxication.
All right, and what did you have to do once that happened?
I was trying to pick him up.
So even with your foot in the snow, you're trying to help him up?
Yep.
Okay, go right ahead, Jen, thank you. Okay, SE3I for the record. And what's happening here?
So we are going to the car that has an open door. So the group is slowly making their way to that car. The driver is in the front seat. Somebody else that was joining us, Greg, just came out of the other side entrance.
And do you see Billy on this clip?
Not, yes, right, yeah. Sorry, I couldn't tell with the light. Yes, he's right at the side of the car. I am currently getting in. Somebody just closed the door. They opened it for me, and I stepped into the vehicle.
And was there enough room for Billy?
No, we had too many people in the car.
And so is that him to the side, to the back of the vehicle?
Yes.
And who are these two other people that approach?
That would be Kristen and Amir. They were also at the party. They're also trying to get in the car, and they've been told that there's no room.
And what direction are they going back towards?
They're walking towards the back exit, towards the house.
All right. And then SE3J? And what do you recognize here?
There's Billy, he's walking through the snow. He's walking out towards, there's a fence that people walk through to cut out to the back streets there. He starts to walk that way and then turns towards the house. And then he walks down the stairs and to the back exit.
And that back exit, where do you come out from if you take that back exit?
Ooh, I can't remember.
I don't want you to guess.
Okay.
That's perfectly fine if you don't remember. All right, thank you very much, Jim. All right, so now, after you get into the car, where do you go?
We were driven back to my place at 82 Senior Street.
And was that the last time that you saw Billy?
Yes.
Did you discuss with Billy that evening where he was going?
We did not know. I did not know what his plans were.
Did he indicate to you by any chance where he was going?
No.
Now, to your knowledge, did Billy ever come to your house or show up at your house in any way?
No.
And after that evening, there was no other communication you had with Billy?
No.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
Ms. O'Neill, good morning. I apologize, but I'll ask you some sensitive questions, okay, about your relationship with Mr. McCall. At the time, I know on direct you said that you guys were friends. The nature of your relationship, you also dated, right?
Not officially, no, it was more casual.
And when we say casual, you were physically intimate
At a time.
at times.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but
No, it's.
that evening, that night, I guess, or the morning of the 15th, you and Mr. McCall and other friends were partying together, correct?
Correct.
And you told us on direct examination that when it came time to leave, which is some of the stuff we just saw, and just let me backtrack, you were describing the videos because you were there participating in what you are seeing now, correct?
Correct.
That's how you know to describe them, that's how you know to narrate them, correct?
Yes.
Because you're there and you're remembering what you're seeing on video, correct?
Yes.
So, and you told us today that you were trying to take Mr. McCall with you in the car. I think that's what was one of the first things you said, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And it's unfortunate that there was no room for him, correct?
Yeah.
You needed a ride. You couldn't really walk from where ZSI is to Senior Street, correct?
Correct.
And although you didn't walk, had your foot not been broken, for example, it's not a very long walk, correct?
No.
So I'm going to show you a map of the area, if I may, just so we can have an idea. I have a big one, but we'll use a small one. Judge, it's D-122 for identification. May I approach?
Yes.
All right. So check out D-122. Look at it a little bit. Look at the legend down there if you want to hold it. Or
22 over here? Yeah.
well, no, this is D-122.
Oh, okay.
So just take a look at the map for a second before I start asking you questions about it. And there's little circles and there's the legend there, just so you can familiarize yourself with it, okay?
Yep.
And let me know when you're ready to answer some questions.
Yes, I'm ready.
Right?
Yep.
Okay, so does this map accurately reflect the area we're talking about here, where the parties were, where you live?
Yep.
So if you can point on the map, and I know I'm holding it, and it might be small, but the jury will see a bigger one later. Where was the party? The second party, the one where you guys left to go home from?
Yep.
I don't particularly care about the first one.
And apologies, I'm looking for the address here because it's been quite some time. It was on
So,
College Ave, right?
18 College Ave is number 22, right?
So we are over here.
Okay. And then you lived at 82 Senior Street.
Correct.
And where's 82 Senior Street on the map?
On the map here, let's see, sorry,
Check out 13.
13, over here.
Okay. Fairly and accurately reflect where both those locations are?
Yes.
Several blocks. Yes?
Yes.
had your foot not been broken, you would have probably walked them.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. McCaw, and before you get to the car, obviously there were some discussions about him going with you guys, correct?
Yeah.
That's why you tried to take him with you.
Correct, yeah.
Now, when you were hanging out at 18 College Avenue, the second party, I'm only going to talk about that, okay? You guys were, hanging out as friends, correct?
Yep,
Not just you and Mr. McCaw, there was a lot of people, correct?
correct.
And your relationship at the time with Mr. McCaw was the same as it was before, correct?
Just friendly.
Okay? And at some point, Mr. McCaw asked to crash at your place, correct?
Yes.
All right? And did you ever live on Stone Street?
No.
Does the address 13 Stone ring any bells?
It does. People used to have parties there. I wasn't particularly close friends with anybody that lived there.
Okay. Now, obviously, for Mr. McCaw to ask you to come back to your place meant that you guys were still on good terms, whether
Yeah.
intimate or friends.
Yeah.
You were still friends,
Yeah,
correct?
still friends.
So it wasn't out of line for him to do that, correct?
Correct.
And your willingness to take him in the car, fair to say, indicated to him that you were okay with him coming back to at least crash at your place, correct?
Yes, we were both very intoxicated, so the logistics were not very firmly ironed out as to what we were doing.
But that's fair, right? You know, he wants a place to stay. Would
Yeah.
You're okay with him coming back to your place?
Yep,
You attempt to, and he understood that you're attempting to take him with you, correct?
correct, yes.
But you just could not, correct?
Yes, correct.
You get home, you go inside, right?
Yep,
And then you go to bed.
correct.
How far was the ride?
Like 2 minutes probably.
A lot shorter than a walk would be, correct?
Yes,
All right, so once you get dropped off, you go inside, you don't come back outside.
that's it, yeah.
You don't know who's outside, right?
No,
You don't know if Mr. McCaw attempted to walk to your place, because he had been there before, correct?
yeah, a while before, but yeah,
He knew where you lived.
yeah,
You don't know whether he followed you guys by walking, correct?
no idea.
And the way you would get to Senior Street from College Avenue, where we were on the map, there's a couple ways, right? You go out to Easton Avenue and walk up Easton Avenue, right?
Yes.
Sorry.
No.
So we're at 22,
Yep,
walk up Easton Avenue to where number 13 is, right there, correct?
yes,
That's a pretty direct way to get there.
yes,
Another way, I guess, a little longer, would be to go up College Avenue and make a left on Senior Street, a little longer.
Mhm.
Yes?
yes.
Thank you. Just a moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good, Your Honor. On the cross, you mentioned that Billy hadn't been to your home in a while, your house in a while.
Yes.
When was the last time, if you recall, that Billy came to your home on Senior Street?
I don't recall, like months, maybe even a year before.
And even then, how frequently have you come to the location?
When I was living there, not very often.
Thank you very much.
Just briefly, Judge. Mr. McCall was no stranger to the New Brunswick area, correct?
Yes.
That area that we just looked at on the map is densely populated with college students.
Yes.
And college students that would frequent each other's homes
Yes.
for parties,
Yes.
social events,
Yes.
study groups.
Yes.
He knew where you lived.
Yes.
He knew his way around town.
He did, but he was quite drunk, so,
I understand, but he knew his way around town.
yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms.
Thank
Steph.
you.
What's your step? Call your next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. We're gonna check to see exactly who's out there. Can't tell. Okay, we're gonna call Alex Donadio.
Judge, can we be heard briefly about that before the witness takes the stand?
Tell him to wait outside a minute.
The state calls Alex.
Please watch your step and stand in front of the chair. Please raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Alexandra Donadio,
Spell your last name.
Donnadio.
And do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. May I have a seat, and please speak into the microphone for the jury.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm gonna ask you to speak as loud as you possibly can. The mic is there, it does amplify a little, but I need you to be as loud as possible so the jury can hear you, all right?
You got it.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you again, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Yeah, it's Alexandra Donadio, Donnadio.
All right, and where do you currently live?
I currently live in Hillsborough, New Jersey,
Where do you currently work?
at the Essex County Sheriff's Office.
All right, and, do you know Billy McCall?
I do, yes.
All right, and how, can you please explain to the jury how you know Billy McCall?
I know Billy McCall through high school, and then we remained friends and dating in and out of college.
So, when you say college, to your knowledge, where did Billy attend college?
Rutgers University.
And when you would see Billy, where would you see him in regards to college?
I would, see him all over the place, but mainly at my friend Kara's house, who I was staying with at the time.
All right, and where did Kara live?
Kara lived at 27 Robinson.
And when you say staying there at the time, can you just explain that for the jury?
Yeah, so I was actually living with her. I was in college, but I was going to community college, and we were close enough where I just stayed with her.
And tell me about, would Billy ever come over to 27 Robinson to see you?
Oh yeah, all the time. He would just show up unannounced whenever I was there, even if I wasn't there, and then her roommates would tell him to come back later, and then when I would get home from work, I would see him there sometimes.
All right, and you said roommates, how did the roommates feel about Billy?
They all loved him. Everybody loved him.
All right, and so now were you guys dating, or if you could describe your relationship to the jury?
Yeah, so Billy and I were always really close, and we were dating on and off in college, but we still remained very, very good friends.
Okay. Now, I want to bring your attention to February of 2014. You know what, before that, You said Billy went to Rutgers. Did you know any addresses that Billy lived at while he was attending Rutgers?
I don't recall the exact number off the top of my head, but I know he lived off Easton. I know he lived in 2 different houses off of the main college campus areas.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you a couple of exhibits, help you out. Showing council previously provided 560, S61, 561C, 561B, 561E, S112, S113, S138.
130.
138, Your Honor? Okay. Approaching witness, I'm gonna show you, take a moment, please just look at the exhibit, see if you recognize them, if they're a fair and accurate depiction of 27 Robinson and those maps, those local maps. And we'll go through them one by one.
Sorry, I didn't bring my glasses.
Take your time.
Yeah, so these are maps on, this is Robinson. And then this is the street that we would actually, so because we're lazy college students, we would go down Hamilton. And then what we would do is go down Hartwell and cut through Robinson kind of to get to the back of here.
Okay, awesome. So those exhibits are a fair and accurate depiction of what we're talking about?
Absolutely.
All right, so we're actually gonna display them for you. I'm gonna ask Your Honor to name the exhibits, and I'll just go through them one more time with you. Your Honor, it's going to be S561C. That's a photo of 27 Robinson. S561B. The map, Your Honor. 561E, the map. S112 is a photo of the 27 Robinson. S113, again, back there, 27 Robinson, and S138, Your Honor, to be moved into evidence.
Objections.
No objections.
Thank you very much. All right, so we'll have you first explain what is S561C for the jury.
Yeah, that is the house that we would be at all the time.
All right, and that's 27 Robinson?
Yes.
All right, and we'll move to the map. And that was the front of 27 Robinson.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
Sorry.
And now, no, you're great. And so now you were trying to point out some stuff on the smaller map for the jury, but if you could stand up, or there should be a pointer there that can help you. Let me just, still up here. We have a pointer here, and it works like pushing that and into the screen and then it'll highlight.
Okay.
Now, that takes a lot of practice. Right ahead.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So, can you were indicating something to the jury in regards to a route that you normally take when you be going to and from a previous home?
Yeah, so, majority of the time what we would do is we would start down Hamilton, and we would go down Hamilton, and then go down Hartwell, and because there was a broken fence and a little cut-through area, we would go and cut through to get to 27th Robinson.
All right. Thank you very much. And now we're going to go to the next photo. That's going to be a map. We'll go to the next one.
Yeah.
Yep, the next. You can go to the next one. And then we can go to, let's go to 112, Jen. You can bypass 561E and go to 112. You need it? I'm sorry? Okay, all right. All right. All right. And so what is this? What is S112?
This is the cut-through and back of 27 Robinson of what we would take, the cut-through from Hartwell to Robinson.
All right. And I'm going to show you S113. Now, what's S113?
That is the broken fence area that we would cut through to get to 27 Robinson.
All right. And S138.
That is the back of 27 Robinson.
All right. So you see the back of 27 Robinson in this photo.
Yeah.
All right. Now, explain this cut through.
Yeah, so I think, you know, being in our early 20s, we just tried to find the easiest way to get places. So we would go down, and we found a cut through, and that was the way that we stuck to getting there.
All right. And now, talk to us about Billy's phone.
Billy never had a phone, and if he did, it worked for like 5 minutes, and then it was broken, and then he wouldn't have a phone for the next week or so.
All right. And so, how did that affect your ability or his ability to plan when you come over, or when he'd come over?
It really didn't, because he would just come over whenever, so it wasn't like it was ever urgent to try to contact him, because I knew I was gonna see him all the time.
Okay. And I want to draw your attention to February 14th of 2014. Do you recall that day?
Yes,
Right. And did you have plans with Billy that evening?
not to our knowledge.
All right. So, what did you do that day?
I worked, I had 3 jobs at the time, trying to pay for college and, you know, everything. So I was at work, and that's what I was. I worked until about 10 p.m.
All right. And where did you go after work?
I went home. I actually slipped on black ice, and my mom stitched me up with some steri strips.
All right. Now, to your knowledge, did Billy know about this incident?
No,
All right. Did he know that you weren't going to the house that evening?
no, he had no
27
idea.
Robinson.
He didn't have a phone.
Did you ever speak to Billy after that evening?
No.
And were you told where Billy was? What did you hear happened to Billy?
I was told from a friend.
Objection to hearsay.
I'm sorry. Yep, that's incorrect. Were you ever advised of where Billy's body was found without telling the jury?
Objection, it's still hearsay.
It's to your knowledge. Did you know where he was found?
Rephrase your question.
Yeah. To your knowledge, do you know where Billy was found?
Yes,
All right. And knowing where Billy was found, where did you believe he was going?
to see me
All right. And where?
at 27 Robinson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ross?
Mr. Nadir, when was the last time you were at 27 Robinson, prior to February 15th, 2014?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
And the last time you had seen Mr. McCall before that was February 7th, correct?
If that's a misstatement, then that's correct.
Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
Had been a week.
About.
Now, you didn't live at 27 Robinson. You crashed there when you needed a closer place to stay, I guess, to school?
No, I was staying there almost every single night.
You were?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm gonna show you. This is gonna be D180, 185. Before we do that, so your testimony is at the time you were staying there every single night, right? Yeah? Now, you spoke to the police in this case, correct?
Yes.
You spoke to the police on February 16, 2014, right?
Yes.
Very soon after this incident took place, correct?
Yes.
When you were speaking to the police,
Oh, yes.
Mark, when you were speaking to the police, I mean, you knew what they were speaking to you about, right?
Yes.
Very serious case, correct?
Yes.
Homicide case,
Yes.
in which your friend was killed, correct?
Yes.
So they asked you a lot of questions.
Yes.
You told them the truth.
Yes.
You gave them as much detail as you could, right?
Yes.
To try to help them,
Yes.
to see if they can solve this case, correct?
Yes.
And obviously, they asked you at the end of the interview if there's anything else that you want to tell us. please feel free to reach out, correct?
Yes.
So I'm gonna show you S561. You recognize this transcript here?
Yes.
This is a transcript of your statement, correct?
Yes.
The statement that you gave to the police, correct?
Yes.
Under oath, right?
Yes.
And you gave the police whatever information you had, right?
Yes.
Now, nowhere in that statement do you indicate that you lived at 27 Robinson Street, correct?
They never asked.
There's nowhere in that statement you indicated that you lived at 27 Robinson Street, correct?
No.
At the end, they asked you if you had any other information that you wanted to give them, right?
Yes.
You did not give them that information, correct? You did not give them that information, correct?
No.
So, you did tell them that you would see Billy there sometimes when you guys would hook up, correct?
Yes.
That you told them,
Yes.
right? May I, please? All right. Again, today you said that you were living there at the time, right?
I stayed there very often to the point where I was there every single day. My things were there and I was not on a lease. So
That's what you
legally,
said today.
Legally, I was not living there, but I was staying there almost every single night.
That's what you said today.
Yes.
That's not in your statement.
They never asked.
They asked you if you had any additional information to give them, and you didn't give it to them, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you testified in a prior proceeding in this case, correct?
Yes.
You testified on December 2nd, 2016, correct?
Correct.
And during that testimony, you came into a courtroom just like this one, right?
Correct.
And when you did that, you took the oath, just like you did take the oath today,
Yes.
and you swore to tell the truth.
Yes.
And you were asked many, many questions.
Yes.
Many questions by the prosecutor's office, right?
Yes.
And many questions by myself, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked about all kinds of things, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked D-185, Judge May I?
Yes.
Your testimony begins on page 165 and it ends on 178.
Mr. Maswani, what is that?
It's a transcript of testimony from December 2nd, 2016. Now, Mr. Nadio, nowhere in there do you tell us that you were regularly staying or living
Relatively often,
relatively often,
which is more than once a week.
okay? Is that what is, let me see that. It says that more than once a week, right?
Relatively often.
Relatively often.
I never said that I signed a lease to live there. I said relatively often, which I also just said today, that I was basically living there, which means that you're there more than once a day, you're more than once a week.
So you were there more than once a week.
Correct.
Today you said though you were staying there almost every day.
That relatively often in my first.
So that's how
what I
that's
said.
interpreted.
Yes.
But in the statement that you gave closer to
10 years ago?
the incident, you never said that, correct?
Correct.
Now, the last time you saw Mr. McCall was on February 7th, 2014, correct?
To my recollection,
Would you like me to refresh it?
no.
And that's what you told the police on February 16, 2014,
Over
correct?
10 years ago, correct?
Well, 10 years ago, would you agree with me that your memory was better than it is today?
Probably, I was also in my 20s.
Would you agree with me that 10 years ago, your memory was better than it was in 2016?
Sure.
So, you had no plans to meet with Mr. McCall that evening, correct?
We never had plans.
You had no plans to meet with Mr. McCall that evening, correct?
That evening, no.
And that was Valentine's Day, correct?
Correct.
Now, today you said that Mr. McCall would show up at 27 Robinson unannounced all the time, correct?
Correct.
Whether you're there or not there, correct?
Correct.
And when you spoke to the police on February 16, 2014, they asked you a lot of questions about that, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you S561. Actually, before I show you that, one moment, please. So we talked about your testimony from December 2nd, 2016. I'm going to show you page 130, actually, sorry, 167. On line 15, you're asked the question, did Billy ever visit you at 27 Robinson Street where Kara Brokaw lived? Your answer is yes, correct?
Correct.
And question on line 18, and how often did he do that? Whenever I was there, really, correct?
Correct.
So he would show up to visit you when you were there, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've told us, and to your knowledge, he had no idea you were where you were going to be that night, correct?
Correct.
Because you hadn't made any plans with him, right?
He didn't have a phone.
Because you hadn't made any plans with him, correct?
Correct.
And how do you know he didn't have a phone?
Because his phone was always broken.
Okay, so you're assuming that he didn't have a phone, correct?
Correct.
So, from February 7th to the 14th, you had no communications with him.
To my knowledge, I don't recall.
You don't recall having any
To
communications?
my knowledge,
Do you remember any?
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. It was almost a decade ago.
So let's take a look at page 4, line 6 of your statement to the police, the one you gave on February 16. So, question, online, did you expect to be seeing him, or did he say he was gonna stop by and see you either on the late night of February 14th or the early morning of February 15th, being yesterday morning? Your answer on line 9 is no, correct?
Correct.
Question on line 10, he had no indication that he was gonna stop by. Your answer on line 11, no phone call, no text, anything. Correct?
And then the next one says it wouldn't be uncommon for him to stop by, and I said no.
Ma'am, I'm just asking you about things I want to ask you about now. If you want to continue reading that, you can do that with the state, okay? Nobody said he didn't stop by unexpectedly sometimes. I'm asking about what you knew.
And I don't recall.
Page 2, line 18. Please take a look at line 18 to line 20, or to line 22.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about the last time you spoke to Mr. McCall?
It says that, but I don't remember.
And it says that the last time you spoke to him,
That's what that says from 10 years ago, but I'm telling you that I do not recall off the top of my memory.
and that's why I was showing you the recorded, transcript of the recorded statement that
Okay.
you gave. Do you dispute that this is?
I'm not disputing anything.
So what you told the detectives
Was true.
was true?
Okay.
That the last time you spoke to him, or heard from him, or saw him, was February 7th, correct?
Yes.
A week before.
Correct.
And there's no reason, there's no, like, you don't have a reason to doubt what you say here, right?
No.
Another place that you would see Mr. McCall was at 91 Easton Avenue, correct?
Correct.
That's a place that he stayed at a lot with friends when he would be in town, correct?
Correct.
You guys would meet up there, and you would hang out there, correct?
Correct.
And you had seen him there a lot of times, correct?
Correct.
You knew the friends that he had there, that he would crash with over there, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talked about how you would get to Hartwell Street today, right?
Correct.
And you mentioned going down Hamilton and making a right, you talked about how to get to Robinson Street. You mentioned going down Hamilton Street, making a right on Hartwell and cutting through the yard, correct?
Correct.
And that would make sense if you were on Hamilton Street, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you were further up Easton Avenue, let's say by St. Peter's, you familiar with where St. Peter's is?
Yeah.
Would you come down to Hamilton, make a right on Hamilton, and then go all the way around back to Robinson, or would you just drop down from where St. Peter's is into Hartwell?
I mean, we would just use the cut through, that was what we knew, it didn't really matter if it was easier or not. The cut through is what we knew, so the cut through is what we did, no matter what way we were coming from.
This is the cut, and that's what I'm asking you, right? If you were in the area of Hamilton Street, you're gonna go down Hamilton and get to the cut through, right?
Yes,
But if you were on the other side, if you were by St. Peter's,
but we were never over near St.
I'm asking you if you were up on Easton Avenue by St. Peter's at a party, would you come down to Hamilton Street and go all the way down to, it's
Well,
not a
we
trick
didn't go
question.
that way, so I don't know.
All right. So basically, you guys went the most direct way, right?
We went the way that we knew, which was going down, even if it didn't make sense. We went the way we knew, which was going down and going through the cut.
Is it your testimony that Mr. McCall, that's the only way Mr. McCall knew to get to Robinson Street?
Well, I don't recall if that's what I said in my testimony, but from my recollection, the only way that we would get there was going through the cut through.
To Robinson Street?
Yes.
I'm talking about getting to Hartwell Street.
But you're asking a question on a direction that I was never really in, so
Right,
it's
so-
not a trick question.
So, well, I mean, you did say that Mr. McCall knew all the roads and all the cut-throughs, right?
Right, but your question's a little confusing because you're asking me a direction in a way that we never went. If you asked me if we were coming from a different direction, I would say yes. We went down and we would go to Hartwell, even if it didn't make sense, we were on Easton, we would still go down Hartwell and cut through. But you're asking me near St. Peter's, which is somewhere that I don't recall ever being down.
All right, let me show you a map, okay? Let me show you a map. See if it makes any sense on the map. So, you're familiar with the area, right?
Yes, Counselor, this is D185.
D122. Take a look at D122. You recognize the area? I mean, take a minute. No problem.
I recognize the area.
So, there's a cut through between Hartwell and Robinson, right? You talked about that today, correct?
Correct.
And that cut through is right in the backyard of 28 Hartwell, correct?
Correct.
So, you mentioned today specifically going down Hamilton Street, right,
Correct.
to Hartwell.
Correct.
Now, what if, for example, you guys were hanging out where I'm pointing up here on Easton Avenue? Would you come down to Hamilton or would you come down direct to Hartwell?
We would probably walk down and go that way.
You would walk down to Hamilton and go down, if you were up here on Easton, that's what you would do.
I'm not gonna answer a question that I don't know the answer to.
Okay. Would you go the most direct way?
No.
So you would just go,
We would go the way that we knew. We would walk and go the way that we know.
and let me be clear, you did indicate that Mr. McCaw knew the roads and the shortcuts, and he was great at that, right? Getting from one place to the next as quickly as possible, correct?
Correct.
You testified about that.
Correct.
You even testified about that in the past, correct?
Correct.
So he knew the area a lot better than you did,
Correct.
because he hung out in New Brunswick a lot, correct?
Correct.
He went to Rutgers in New Brunswick, right?
Yes.
And after he left Rutgers, he had a lot of friends that still lived in New Brunswick, correct?
Correct.
So you would just follow him whenever he would be walking from one place to the next, right?
Correct.
Not necessarily trying to figure out what road you're taking and so on and so forth, correct?
Correct.
And he took you to places the quickest way possible, correct?
I don't recall.
I'm going to show you D185. This is the testimony from 2016. See if we can refresh your recollection, okay? So we're going to go to page 168. Okay, and we're going to look at line 17 through 25. Read that for yourself, and let me know if that refreshes your recollection about the last question I asked you.
Okay.
Does it?
Yes.
All right. So my question was, whenever and wherever you were, Mr. McCaw would take you to wherever you needed to go the quickest way possible.
Sure.
That's what you said.
Okay, yes,
That's what you said.
correct.
He would take, you know, when you were with him, obviously you had knowledge of this, he would go through backyards, correct?
Correct.
Back paths, like back ways, correct?
Correct.
Or whatever roadways were necessary to get to where you needed to go, correct?
Correct.
The quickest way possible, correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated today that his phone was broken, right?
Correct.
On February 7th, 2014, he texted you, correct?
Correct.
And he texted you to go to a party at 91 Easton Avenue, correct?
Correct.
He texted you from his phone, correct?
Correct.
I think you said his phone's always broken, is what you said today, right?
I said if it worked for 5 minutes.
5 minutes, implying that it's always broken, right?
Always still means sometimes it works.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may sit down.
Now would be a good time to take our mid-morning recess. Please, during the break, do not talk about the case, and we'll see you back in about 15. All right, thank you. Be seated. Steve, call your next witness, please.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The state calls Michaela Murphy.
All right, ma'am, you can follow me. Please watch your step and stand in front of the chair. Please raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Michaela Murphy,
Spell your last name.
M-U-R-P-H-Y.
And do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. May I have a seat? And please speak into the microphone for the jury.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, Michaela. All right, so we're gonna reiterate what the sheriff's officer just said, and we're gonna speak as loud as we possibly can so that all the jurors can hear you if we're back here, all right?
Okay.
So I'm gonna do a tester. Can I have you please state your name again and spell it for the record?
Michaela Murphy, M-I-K-A-E-L-A, Murphy, M-U-R-P-H-Y.
Thank you, thank you. And where do you currently live, Michaela?
Brooklyn, New York.
How long have you resided there?
Like, since August.
Okay, and what do you do?
I'm a senior business analyst at Citibank.
Now, did you go to college?
Yes.
And what college did you attend?
Rutgers University.
And what years did you attend Rutgers University?
2010 and 2014.
So now, at that time, where did you live? Let's go to 2010. Do you recall where you lived at when you were in your freshman year?
Yes, the dorms on Cook Douglas,
All right. And how about your sophomore year?
120 Hamilton Street,
All right. And how about your junior year?
37 Mine Street,
And how about your senior year?
172 Easton Ave.
All right. In senior year, would that have been 2014?
Yes,
Now, who were you living with at 172 Easton Avenue?
Pam Alcantara, Carson Love, Monica Zalewski, Julia Hill, Lauren Soden.
All right. And tell the jury about that. How did you guys get along?
We got along great. All of us were in the same sorority. We were all really close friends. I'm still close with some of them.
All right. And before we move on, I just want to make sure these locations are clear. I'm sure the council. S703D, S703F, S703A. And you know what? Just so I can remember, S703E. S737I and S. Yes. All right, so I want to show you a group of photographs. Yes. The witness. And I'm gonna go through the numbers that I'm showing you. I'm showing you S703D, S703A, S03F, S703E, S703I, S168, and S703G. I want you to take a moment. We're going to go through all of these, but if you could just review them with yourself and just make sure that they're a fair and accurate depiction of what you recognize.
Yes, I recognize these.
All right. And Your Honor, for the record, the state looks to move in S703D, S703F, S703E, 703I, 168, and I believe that's all that's up there, Your Honor. There's another one.
Objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel. All right, so we are going to start with S703D. I'm going to ask you, there's a screen to your side here, and there should be a pointer. So if you look at that, do you recognize S703D?
Yes.
All right, what is that?
That's my house sophomore year, 120 Hamilton.
So it's 120 Hamilton Street, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you lived there sophomore year.
Yes.
Now, let's go through that for a moment. Sophomore year, did you know Billy McCall?
Yes.
All right, talk to us about that.
Sophomore year is when we became really close friends. He was at 140 Hamilton, and I was at 120. So it was really easy to hang out all the time. We would hang out on the weekends, we would watch TV together, shows, just saw each other a lot.
When did you meet Billy?
Freshman year.
All right, where did you meet him at?
I met him in the dorms on College Ave through Pam Alcantara at Rutgers.
And was Billy attending Rutgers at the time?
Yes.
Now, and you continue to be friends the following year.
Yes.
Where at that time, to your knowledge, was Billy residing?
140 Hamilton.
And you were living at?
120.
Now, your junior year, where did you reside?
37 Mine Street.
All right. Now let me just show S703F. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
37 Mine Street.
All right. Now, when you're residing at 37 Mine Street, do you know where Billy was residing at that time?
At 120 Hamilton.
All right. Now, how did that happen from 140 to 120?
It was a switch in leases. There were guys who lived upstairs too. They took over the little house. Billy took my room, actually.
All right, at 120 Hamilton Street?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then, your senior year?
172 Easton is where I live.
All right, and you know, before we get to, all right, we'll do S703A. And do you recognize S703A on the screen?
Yes.
All right, and what is that for the,
That one right there is 172 Easton, where I live.
and that's when you were living in 2014?
Yes.
All right, now, would Billy ever come over to that location?
Yes.
Can you please describe that for the jury?
He would come over all the time. Both Pam Alcantara and I lived there. He would come over. Sometimes he would stay the night. Yeah, he spent a lot of time there just hanging out with all of us. He was just a really comfortable guy to be around. We all loved him.
All right, and so I am going to, did you know what kind of car Billy drove? We can go to S168.
That was his car.
All right, and you recognize that as being the car you saw him with?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, we're gonna back up a bit, 703E. Do you recognize 703E?
That's 140 Hamilton.
All right, and I'm gonna show you a map, S03I. If you could just stand for the jury, there should be a pointer right next to you. I'm gonna come up by you and just show you how to operate it. Because it has a personality. You push the top button and you highlight areas like that. All right?
Okay.
All right, so if you could point out on that particular map where your address of 120 Hamilton Street was? Oh, no, that's okay.
Is that me?
It's- There you go. All right,
Right here.
all right, so we have 120 Hamilton Street. And then can you show the jury where 140 Hamilton Street is on the map?
There.
All right, and what's that cross street in the middle?
Easton Ave.
Easton Avenue. All right, thank you very much. All right, now, and in 2014, was Billy living on campus?
No.
All right, so where was Billy going to school at that time, if you know?
Kane University?
All right. Now, I want to draw your attention to February 14th of 2014. You know, before we get there, talk to me about Billy's phone.
He wasn't very good with it. Broke a lot. Sometimes he would lose it. Yeah.
So, February 14th, 2014, tell me about that morning. Who did you wake up with? Where did you wake up?
Woke up at Bill Hendrickson's house with Billy. We had a sleepover the night before. We woke up and got pork roll, egg, and cheeses in the morning. Bill drove us. And then Bill dropped me off. And that was the last time I saw Billy.
All right, so let's break that up a little bit. Let's back up. So that morning, Bill Hendrickson, who is Bill? Who is this other Bill?
Bill is also one of my best friends. He was Billy's best friend.
All right, so we have Bill Hendrickson,
Yes.
and then we have Billy McCall.
Yes.
All right, and then you were there as well.
Yes.
And where did you guys wake up?
At Bill Hendrickson's. It was on Sickard Street.
All right. And what did you do after you woke up?
We went and got breakfast at White Rose, like down Easton Avenue.
All right, and approximately what time is this?
Around noon.
And at that time, to your knowledge, did Billy have his phone?
I don't recall.
All right, and so at that point, did there come a time when you split from Billy McCall?
Yes.
All right, so explain that to me. How did you get from Easton Avenue to White Rose location?
Bill drove us.
All right, and this is Bill Henderson.
Yes.
All right, and then he drives you where?
to White Rose, and then he drove me back to 172 Easton to my house.
All right. And at that point, did you have plans to see Billy later that night?
No, he did invite me, but I didn't go.
All right, let's talk about that. Where did Billy invite you?
To a Valentine's Day party at the Zeta frat house.
All right. And why didn't you go?
It was Valentine's Day. I was spending it with my boyfriend at the time.
All right. What's the name of your boyfriend at that time?
Kyle Jordan.
All right. And did Billy know about Kyle?
Yeah,
All right. And how did they get along?
they got along great.
Now, did you ever hear from Billy again after you were dropped off from breakfast?
Just to invite me to the party.
And did Billy indicate to you that after the party, what did he indicate, what did he indicate he was gonna do after the party?
I can't remember. I don't remember that.
Do you recall him ever coming back to the house?
No.
Do you recall anyone mentioning anything to you about that?
No.
So now let's talk about your night. And let me just ask, how did Billy ask you to come to this party?
Text.
All right, so he texted you that day.
Yeah.
All right, and what was your phone number at that time?
732-977-6565.
And did the text message come from the normal number that Billy would normally text you from?
Yes.
And how did it appear in your phone? How was his name in your
Oh, Billy McCall.
So let's get to, what did you do that evening? Where did you and Kyle go? What'd you do?
We went to his friend's house on Cortlandt Street. Just hung out with him and his friends. Wasn't the most romantic Valentine's Day, but yeah, just hung out.
All right. And so, after hanging out, what did you guys do?
There was a really early hockey game on at 6 a.m. So the boys watched that, and then Kyle and I walked back to his house to take a nap because we were up because they needed to be up for the game.
All right. And so when you say to his house, what street was his house located on?
On Hartwell Street.
All right. So please tell the jury about that. What time in the morning are you leaving Cortlandt Street?
Around 9 a.m. We walked from Cortland to Hartwell, and we noticed there's a bunch of caution tape on the street, really unusual, and the cops around and stuff. Just had no idea what was going on, and we just went inside. That was it.
All right. And did there come a time when you found out what was going on?
Later that day.
All right. And what happened, if you could describe that to the jury without telling them anything anyone told you? What happened?
I'm sorry, anything?
That you tell the jury what happened. How did you find out later on?
Okay. Well, there was rumors amongst all the college kids that someone had died on Hartwell. Not knowing who it was, heard it was someone who went to another school. Went about my day, just going around, and then I had a call from a detective asking me to meet him at my house to ask me some questions. And
that's at 172 Easton?
Yeah, at 172 Easton. And when he got there, he was asking me if I knew Billy, and if there was anyone who wanted to hurt him, and I was like, yeah, of course I know him, he's my best friend. I don't know anyone who would want to hurt him.
Objection as to
Okay,
what?
that's fine.
Sustained.
And so, at that time, the officers came by and they spoke to you.
Yeah.
After
then
they,
he said-
and after they spoke to you, they left, correct?
Mhm.
Now, at any other time, did you have to reach out to law enforcement in regards to this building?
Yes.
All right. Go right ahead, please explain that to me.
Can't remember how many days after, but I woke up to a missed call from Billy's phone. So, I called and let the detective known.
All right, and so, just explain that again, so after the detectives had come to your home,
Yes,
you're saying a couple of days later,
yeah.
what happened?
Like, at this point, I already knew, obviously, he had passed away. And I had a missed call from Billy McCall on my phone.
And so at that point, what did you immediately, what did you do?
Well, I initially, like, panicked. I don't know why I was seeing this on my phone, and then, I, like, got it together. I called the detective and let them know that I had a missed call on my phone from Billy McCall.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
That must have been, jarring when you got that call, correct?
Yeah.
You knew it was something important, correct? You knew he was deceased and his phone was calling, right?
I was confused why, yeah.
And you obviously immediately called the detective and told him, hey, listen, his phone
Yes.
just called.
Right.
Presumably, somebody had the phone and they called you
Yeah.
from the contact in his phone.
Yeah, it was.
And you let the detectives know that right away.
Yes.
So, and speaking of the phone, one of the things that tells us is that the phone was working when it called you, right?
Right.
And then the text message on that would have been the 13th, the text message to come to the party, or the 14th in the morning? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
But it was about the party that night,
Yeah.
and it was a text message from his phone.
Yeah.
So presumably it worked that morning.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of the closest time we have to the time we're talking about, right?
Right.
And Your Honor, this just from objective, is it something that you know, is as to, does she know this, or is she presuming or guessing? I just
No what?
know whether the phone was working or not.
I don't know whether it was
I
working.
thought that's what she testified to.
You received a text message from him.
That day.
Yeah, that's what I'm,
I remember being invited to the party.
by him,
Yeah,
through text.
I'm presuming, honestly.
Okay. Well, that's what you told us on direct, that
Yeah.
was your memory.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to trick you, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to understand the communication.
Okay.
Do you recall before the 14th, if you had communicated as well?
Yes,
How would you communicate?
through text.
Phones?
Yes,
Okay, your phone, his phone.
yes.
All right, so you and Mr. McCall were very close friends, and you hit it off right away when you met.
Yes,
And that was back in freshman year.
yes,
And now we're talking about senior year when you're at 172 Easton.
yes.
When you were at 120 Hamilton, he also lived at 120 Hamilton?
Not together. When I lived at 120, he was at 140.
Okay, and that was sophomore or
That was sophomore
freshman?
year.
Sophomore, so that's the second year in college.
Yes,
And then when you moved out of 120 Hamilton, he
yes,
moved with his friends from 140 to 120 Hamilton.
yes,
All right, and you would visit him there
yes,
at 120 Hamilton?
yes.
And at that time, you were on Mine Street, but obviously that's not the time frame we're talking about. I want to really talk about 172 Easton, right?
Yes,
Because that's where you were living when this occurred, correct?
yes,
At the time, your senior year, Mr. McCall was not attending Rutgers anymore, correct?
correct.
He was attending Keene University.
Yes.
But you would pretty much see him every day,
All
correct?
the time.
Almost every day during the week.
Yeah,
And he would stay at your place. So obviously, he goes to Keene, and he would, after he finishes with classes, he would come down and hang out.
yeah. His friends were at Rutgers. He would come hang out there.
And when he would come to hang out, he would stay with you pretty much all the time that he was in town, correct?
It was often, yes.
With you, and he also stayed at another place, 91 Easton Avenue, correct?
Yes,
Very close, kind of, a couple blocks to where you lived, right?
yeah.
Those,
A 10-minute walk.
10?
Down Easton Ave.
91 to 172 was about 10, you would say? Well, let's look at the blocks, okay? Let's look how many blocks. I'm gonna show you D122. Okay, ready? So look at D122, just look at that map, and just study it for like 10, 15 seconds, or however long you need, and let me know when you can answer some questions about that. If you're familiar with it. Do you see Easton Avenue on there?
Yeah, I see Easton.
Do you see do you see Hamilton?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a legend here, down here, of addresses.
Okay.
See if you can find yours. What number?
15.
Okay, look about right at the corner of Bristol and Easton.
Yeah.
That's where you lived.
Uh-huh.
And then 91 Easton is on there as well.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that.
Yeah.
2 blocks,
Yeah.
right? It refreshes your recollection.
Yeah, I just remember it was on the same street.
Okay, but it's pretty close, right?
Yeah.
We're pointing at number 8 on the map, right?
Uh-huh.
And you're at number 15.
Yes.
Okay, so he would regularly stay at those 2 locations when he was in town, correct?
Correct.
And because obviously his relationship with you, you're real dear close friends, correct?
Correct.
And his friendship with the guys at 91 Easton.
Yes.
You would hang out with him at 91 Easton as well.
Yes.
And then how about Sicard? Is that
Sigurd.
where
that's-
Willie Hendrickson lived?
Yes.
Would he stay there as well?
I can't remember, but he was there often as well.
But when he wanted to sleep after a night or when he needed the place to stay, he stayed at your place
Yeah, and 91.
at 91.
Yeah. it's even
Those are the 2 main places that he would go to.
From my recollection.
So, now, and when you spoke to the detectives, you told them this information, correct? Like where his habits of where he would stay.
I don't remember.
You don't remember whether you did?
I showed them like his Facebook. I just said we were best friends. I can't remember details like that.
Okay. Let me see if we can refresh your recollection about that. Obviously, if they had asked you that question, you're gonna tell them what you're telling us here today, right?
Which question?
That, he would stay with you often, that he would crash
Yeah,
at
I
your
would
place.
say that he was over a lot. Yeah.
Nothing has changed, right?
Right.
No trick question, I'm just confirming, that's all. So, now let's talk about when Mr. McCall would come over, right? You already told us he would come over on a regular basis, right?
Correct.
He would come there whether you were there or not.
Yeah.
It was kind of his home away from home, yeah?
I don't know. Yeah.
One of the 2 that we've been talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he would come over whether Pam was there or not, correct?
Correct.
He pretty much could show up anytime he wanted without you or Pam or being there and sleep, right?
Well, he didn't have a key.
But you left the door open a lot, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
Because you guys weren't good about that, right?
Yeah.
So he although he didn't have a key, the door was open, right?
A lot of the times, but not.
Right, we don't know exactly how often, but a lot of the times.
Yeah.
And he would be able to go in through the door that's usually, by habit, left open, correct?
I have it. I'm not sure. I can't recall. Like,
And he would be able to stay.
he would say.
Yeah. The point is, you guys didn't need to be there for him to show up and lay his head down and sleep if he needed to, correct?
He was always welcome.
And that's what I'm trying to understand. It's not like Michaela had to be home or Pam had to be home for him to show up.
Right.
Because sometimes he did, and a lot of times he did, and you guys weren't there, correct?
I would say though, like, most of the time, like, one of us was at least there.
You guys, I understand that, but it's not, it wasn't there was a lot of times where he showed up where you guys weren't there,
I wouldn't say a lot of times.
all right? But he did that, right?
He has.
So I'm gonna show you D185 as it relates to the questioning I'm talking to you about now, okay? D185 is a transcript from December 2nd, 2016. Remember you testified in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And it was a courtroom like just like this. You came in and you answered a bunch of questions that we asked you, right?
Correct.
And we asked a lot of questions about the very same things we're asking you about here today, right?
Yes.
So we're gonna go to page 204. And obviously, your memory back then, closer to the incident, probably was better
Right.
than it is today, right? So take a look at 204, page 204 there. And let me give you a line so you can kind of take a look at line 17 through 25. Take a look at that for yourself. Read it, and let me know if that refreshes your recollection as far as his habits of showing up to the house.
Yes. And
Okay.
that's
So-
what I just said.
Right. That he would show up unannounced, right?
Yeah, I just said yes, but sometimes.
Right. I'm not saying he did it every time, because a lot of times you may have been home, right?
Yes.
But the point is, even when you're not home or Pam's not home, he would show up because he was also friends with your other friends, correct?
Yes.
And there were no impediments for him to do that, right?
Correct, but I said it wasn't often.
I understand, but that was what would happen sometimes.
Yes.
Now, you were not home that night.
No.
Pam was not home.
I don't
You
know
don't,
that.
right. But from what you don't know whether he attempted to stop at your house, correct? You don't know.
I have no idea.
Kyle lived on Hartwell Street,
Yes.
and whenever you wanted to go to Kyle's house on Hartwell Street, which way would you go? From 172, obviously, we're talking about 172.
Right.
What would you do?
I don't remember the exact street names, I just know it's like behind my house, like I don't remember the street names.
It was like 2 blocks.
Yeah, it was
And,
close.
and you would just, the most direct way, you would go the most direct way possible.
Yeah,
And it was just a very, very short distance.
yes.
You want to show you on the map?
Sure.
D122 is the intersection. Let's check out D122. So you're at, you're up here at 15,
Yes.
right? And Hartwell Street is, see where the number 2 is there? That's Hartwell, right around here. So just kind of trace with with this pen here, how you would kind of drop down into Hartwell. Without with your finger. Right, and that-
Behind my,
And that's the most direct way.
yeah.
You come down Bristol, and then you're on Central right there, and you hook in, and you're right on Hartwell, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Rob Sparaka.
Judge, while Mr. Sparrow comes in, can we see?
Sir, it's time to go back.
Me, come in.
Ready for the next witness?
Yes, thank you.
You can follow me, sir. Please watch your step and stand in front of the chair. Please raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Robert Sparaka,
Spell your last name.
S-P-A-R-A-C-O.
And do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. May I have a seat? Please speak into the microphone for the
All
chair.
right.
All right. Good morning, sir. We're about to hit the afternoon. I want you to speak as loud as possible, just so that the entire jury can hear you.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you again to say your name, as loud as you can in the microphone.
Robert Sparaka,
There you go. Thank you for keeping your voice up. Now, where do you live at now, Mr. Sparaka?
in Cream Ridge.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an electrician.
Thank you very much. And do you know the defendant?
I do.
All right, and who is the defendant?
Tim, do I have to say his last name?
Sure, if you know his last
Tim
name.
Puskas, yeah.
All right, and Your Honor, just for identification for the record, that the witnesses identified the defendant.
I heard you say his name. Are you able to identify
Sure,
the
yeah.
defendant?
Yes.
And what is he, can you describe him for the record? What is he wearing?
A suit,
All right, and does he have anything on his face?
glasses.
All right. For the record, Your Honor, the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record also.
Thank you. Now, how did you meet the defendant?
Through Wayne Stecker.
All right, who is Wayne?
He was a friend of mine. We used to refer to each other as cousins, but he was a friend of mine. I've known him since he was like 10 years old.
All right, and how, did you guys ever hang out?
Who?
You and Wayne?
Yeah.
All right, and can you describe that to the jury?
I don't, we mean like.
Oh,
we-
I can get.
We used to hang out. I've seen him in and out for years, on and off. We grew up in the same town, and we started hanging out more and more when he moved in with Tim.
All right, and to your knowledge, where did he move in with Tim?
The address?
The street,
I believe it was Plum, but I could be off.
and was that located in Brunswick, New Jersey?
Yes.
All right, and so, Plum Street, so is Wayne living there?
Yes.
All right, so tell me about your frequency at the location.
I would be there often.
All right.
Not every day, but often.
And what would you go over and do? You're smiling for the record. So what I would tell the jury, what do you go over and do?
We would do lots of drugs and play video games.
All right. And when you say we, who are you referring to?
Me, Tim, Wayne, other people that would stop by. I couldn't recall really any of the names, but.
All right. And are we talking about in 2013, 2014?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to around February of 2014. When you say drugs, can you explain that to the jury?
We would do drugs. I mean, how do you want me to go into full detail on
I would
getting
like you
high?
to go,
I mean,
I'd like you to go into details. for
we would do drugs, we would shoot drugs, and get high, and play video games.
All right. And the specific drug?
Heroin,
Is there any other drug?
cocaine sometimes.
All right. And was there anything else?
Drug-wise? Not that no.
All right. Okay. And you said some other people stopped by. Can you describe to the jury a couple of names of those people?
I don't really remember any names. That were people that would just randomly stop over to see Wayne or whatever, people that Wayne knew or Tim knew that I didn't know.
All right, so
You know?
so let's bring that back a little bit. You said that people would stop over for Wayne. Who did any females come over for Wayne?
There was a girl, but I don't know her name.
All right, and how frequently would she come over?
I don't remember how often, but she would be there periodically, maybe not every day, but I don't remember her name.
Oh, that's fine, that's okay. So what would she do when she would come over?
Mostly hang out with Wayne, maybe give Wayne a ride somewhere. I didn't really, know.
All right, and so when you're in the house at this time, do you see the defendant at that time?
Yeah, I see Tim in there.
And what would he look like?
I mean, sometimes pretty disheveled looking,
All right, what kind of clothes?
usually sweatpants, sweatshirt.
And when you go over there, do all three of you hang out, or how would it go?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes, like I said, we would play video games. Other times, me and Wayne would maybe just chill in his bedroom and
All right.
watch TV.
Now let's describe this house. Is it a apartment, a townhouse?
So two family, upstairs, downstairs.
And what section did you actually go in?
The upstairs.
And was there any other sections to this particular house?
There was what do you mean?
So you said it's a first?
There was an attic.
And who resided in the attic?
This guy Haas.
Haas, all right. And describe Haas. Tell the jury about Haas.
Tall, skinny, like long like dreads.
All right. And did he hang out with you guys when you would be?
Sometimes.
All right. Now, if you could describe the layout of this house, to your knowledge, how many bathrooms did you guys have access to?
In Tim's house, one.
All right. And was there a kitchen area
Yep.
or?
Yes.
So now, when we talk about the heroin and the cocaine, I want to know, would it be uncommon for someone to use both of the substances?
No.
All right, can you explain that to the jury?
What do you mean by explain?
Why it wouldn't be uncommon to mix them in with?
If you mix them, you get higher. That's really the best I could explain it.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Now, what would it mean, could you describe for the jury, if you know, what it would mean to be dope sick?
Man, probably the flu times 100. That's the best I can tell you.
If you have the flu times.
Times 100.
So, that's
Absolutely.
How would someone get that way?
Well, if you do drugs long enough and then you don't have any, you get sick.
And, have you ever witnessed it before?
Sure, I've experienced it myself.
And, at this time, how much would a bag of heroin cost to your knowledge?
$5 maybe? Maybe more, I don't remember?
How about cocaine?
That varies too. I couldn't give you a price, so I couldn't give you an exact.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. And what would it mean to try to get something on credit?
On credit, if you know somebody that's willing to do that, then they're gonna give you something and you're gonna owe them the money.
I would like to go through a couple of pictures now. I can show them to council, and then we can decide if we want to do it before or after lunch. They've already been providing me stuff. That's the backyard. Oh, that's right. Sure, the issue is that, it's fine.
This is fine.
All right, I'm gonna show you, Your Honor, and I'm approaching with 210C, 229, 231, 236, 240, 242, 246, 247, 248, 256, 264, 265, 272, and 277. Mr. Brock, I'm gonna ask you to take a moment, and please look at the photos that I just described on the record, and just, if they give a fair and accurate depiction of what 64 Plum Street looked like when you were there in 2014.
Yeah, that's the backyard, and that's the staircase going into the back door.
All right, you can take a moment and go through them. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually display them on this
Oh,
TV
okay.
that's next to you
Okay.
for the jury if you believe that they're a fair and accurate depiction. Good? All right. So we're gonna go through one by one, but we're actually gonna put it on the screen next to you. Your Honor, before we publish them, we'd like to move those photos into evidence. And
Judge, before they would get moved in, the witness has to say if they fairly and accurately depict.
I thought I heard him say that.
Did-
I thought it just said.
Okay, if it did. I didn't hear, but okay.
I'll ask again though. Are they a fair and accurate depiction of what 64 Plum Street looked like at the time that you were back there?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, Judge.
Thank you. So we're gonna start with 210C. And behind, I don't know, Bill, there's a pointer here, and it has its own personality.
I'm okay, I
You sure you
can,
can
I'll
see it?
lean
You
over.
can do it?
sure.
All right, all right. And so, you recognize 210C?
Yes,
All right, and what is that?
that is the backyard with the staircase going up to the back door.
All right, so now you mentioned earlier that it was a two-story home with two family.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that bottom door on 210C, is that the door that you would access?
No, upstairs.
All right, so then there's a deck and there's an upstairs door.
Yeah.
All right, and that,
Upstairs, you can see it.
and And would you utilize that to go in and out the house?
That's always the way I came in, yeah.
All right. And now, I see something above that. Can you describe what that window is?
It just looks like a pair of windows in an attic.
All right, and to the attic of the home?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move to 229. What is this?
Living room.
All right, and I see a pair,
It's a spiral staircase, that's how you got up into the attic.
all right, thank you. We can move to 231,
Same thing.
just a different angle.
Mm-hmm.
When you said, you mean yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Now to 236, can you explain
Kitchen.
what this is for the jury?
Kitchen.
And now, I see something on the side, what is that, I guess to the right of the exhibit?
That's the back door from
Ah.
the upstairs.
All right, is that open
It
in the
looks
photo?
open. It looks open.
And you can get up if it's.
No, I'm all right.
Oh.
That's the back door.
And describe the layout, is
If
where
you
the
walk-
bedroom?
If you walked in the back door, when you walked in, right to the right was the bathroom. Right to the left was Tim's room. Then you cut through the kitchen, and then over here would be Wayne's room, still on the left.
All right, and so when we see on this exhibit here, there's a door, I guess that you're on the, up, can you show us in
Up
this?
To the
photo what's
right,
in
to the
front of
right,
this?
that would be Tim's room.
Okay, thank you, by the back door.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Sorry.
All right, and you mentioned something about Wayne's room, let's go to 240. Do you recognize this?
Mm-hmm. That's Wayne's room. That'll be walking right into his door, that black entertainment center.
All right, and would you ever, and that's where you would hang out when you hang out?
Yeah, if I was there, I'd be in Wayne's room, and there would be occasionally that I would sleep there too, and then there's another picture.
Okay.
And I would sleep on the opposite side of the bed by the closet door
All
on
right,
the
let me,
floor.
how about 242?
That's the picture. I would sleep right there to the right of the bed, right in front of the closet.
All right, and 246?
That's just another angle of the room. That's the door on the right coming in. That's just from the bed to where the entertainment center was.
All right, and 247? What's this?
That's just a picture of the kitchen. That would be Tim's door to the right, and then you can see kind of like a glare. That would be the outside door.
248?
That's the back door.
And is this what you just were previously describing? with
Yes.
The bathroom and the?
Yes.
Tim's, all right. So now which side is the bathroom and which side is?
Right here, that would be the bathroom.
Okay.
That would be Tim's room.
All right. 256?
Tim's room.
264?
Picture of the staircase going up into the attic.
265?
That's the attic going, and that's the door that would lead into Haas's room.
So now let me just stop there. I know that you said that you, how often would you go in the attic?
Not very often at all.
All right. But you've been up there before?
Yes.
And what would you go up in the attic for?
Sometimes I would just say, what's up to Haas?
Okay,
Sometimes I would get some cocaine off of him.
all right. And that's where you would do that's where you would do your transaction?
Objection,
That's it.
meeting. I don't know if there was a question or answer.
Where would you, I'm sorry, Go. Where would you do the transaction? Where would
What
you
do
do
you
the
mean?
exchange?
Where if I went up there to get it from him, I would give him some cash and he would give me what I wanted.
All right, thank you. 272?
Kind of like the same picture.
All right, and that's entering into where?
Yeah, into Haas's room.
All right. 277?
That's his room, Haas's room.
All right, and we're not gonna show the left. All right, thank you very much. Do you recall, when the last time, the month of the last time you went to 64 Plum Street?
It was probably February, March, because I was living in North Brunswick at the time. I'm pretty sure I moved out of there then, and then I wasn't coming into town. It might have been April, it's within those few months, can't really remember.
All right, at any point, did you have any knowledge that Wayne had left the location?
Yeah,
Judge,
but I already,
Relevance, Judge?
That would have been relevant to, he would go over for, we can meet it.
Can we be seated, please?
the state is, thank you very much, Mr. Sparrow. Thank you. The state's done with the question.
Okay.
Mr. Sirocco, I just want to talk to you a little bit about some of the things you talked to us about on direct examination. I know this is a sensitive subject for you as it relates to the past and doing drugs and that lifestyle. I'm sorry, but I have to ask you some of those questions, okay? You're clean now,
Yes,
and happily clean.
yes,
When you were doing drugs back then, 10 years ago, it was a very dark time in your life.
yes.
Fair to say that the addiction that you were undergoing at the time was a disease.
Okay.
Yes?
You want I don't believe it's a disease, it's just an addiction, so I can't.
Do you have a problem
Yeah, I have a problem.
getting off?
Yeah, it was hard.
It's hard getting off,
Yes.
right? When you get addicted to it, right?
Mm-hmm,
And
yes.
you want to do it, and you continue to do it, correct?
Yes.
And then you talked to us about doing heroin and doing cocaine. And you said you did a lot of heroin, right?
Mm-hmm, yes,
And occasionally you did cocaine.
yes,
And then we were talking about, you're talking about you and Tim, right?
yes,
Then you said sometimes you would mix heroin or mix in cocaine with the heroin.
yes.
You get more high.
Yes,
Right?
Yes.
And what's the term for that?
Speedball.
Speedballing is the term when you're doing heroin with mixed in cocaine.
Yes.
And when you're doing heroin, you're not experiencing symptoms of withdrawal, correct?
While you're on it?
Right.
No.
Symptoms of withdrawal don't kick in until after you're off it for some period of time.
Yes.
Now we're going to talk a little bit about what withdrawal from heroin is like.
Flu times 100. That's about as hard as the best
Well,
I know with that.
let's be a little bit more specific.
All right.
Before we get to that, heroin is an opiate, right?
Yes.
So it's a downer,
Correct? Yes.
cocaine is,
Like speed. It's an upper.
it's an upper, right?
Yes.
Two different types of drugs.
Yes.
Now, you told us you were withdrawn from heroin in the past, and you said it's flu like at times 100, right?
Yes.
Body aches,
Yes.
sweats,
Throwing up.
sweats,
Yes.
shakes,
Yes.
pretty violent
It's
reaction.
brutal. It's brutal.
You've seen that.
Yes.
You've experienced that.
Yes.
Now, how long after your last use of heroin, for example, does withdrawal kick in your experience?
Depends on how much you're doing. It could be just a few hours.
So give us an idea here. Like, what do you mean depends on how much you're doing?
I'm trying to find a good way to explain. It's like, how many bags you do on a consistent basis, if you're doing 5 a day, or 6 a day, or 10, or whatever.
Back then, how many bags a day were you guys doing?
It would vary. I would say me personally, I was easily doing 10. I couldn't say anybody else though.
Okay. And you've obviously seen Tim do heroin, correct?
Yes.
And you guys were shooting, right?
Yes.
Wayne also doing
Yes.
heroin. And you guys were doing a fair amount of it, right?
Yes.
So 10 bags, let's say, a day, and you stop, and you don't have it anymore. How long after for you did withdrawal?
Few hours. Few hours.
Give me a number.
Say 3.
3 hours,
Say we'll go there.
all right, and it starts to,
You start feeling crappy,
okay.
and it
When does
progressively get worse.
When does it get really kicking?
Within maybe a few few hours, you start feeling bad, but like when you get into the meat of it, and you're gonna be in the meat of it for days,
Mm-hmm.
maybe 24 hours, maybe less.
Okay. So, but a little longer than 3.
What do you mean?
Like 3, you start feeling a little
You start
crappy.
feeling, man, you start getting started.
Right.
But starting.
When you get into the strength of it or the meat of it, it's closer to
12, 15, 16 hours.
a little longer than 3 hours.
Yeah.
The body is craving heroin, right?
Yes.
It's craving that downer, correct?
Yes.
And now you did say you mix cocaine with heroin, right?
Yes, I did.
When you're actually doing the heroin, right? When you're doing
At the same exact time.
When you have it.
Same exact time.
But when you're withdrawing from heroin, do you do cocaine?
Typically, absolutely not.
Then tell us why.
Makes you feel worse.
Makes you feel more awake.
Just makes you feel worse as well.
The pain is stronger.
I don't really know how to describe it properly. It just makes you feel worse.
So if you're fiending or if you're withdrawing from heroin, you're not going to do cocaine.
Probably not.
Because the effects of the withdrawal are going to be worse.
Yes.
A lot worse.
Yes.
You don't crave cocaine when
I
you're,
never-
when you're withdrawing from heroin. Talk about withdrawal. When you're withdrawing from heroin, you don't crave cocaine.
No.
I'm sorry, the witness was about to say something important. You,
I never withdrew from cocaine.
No, I wasn't talking about
Okay.
Talk about withdrawing from heroin.
Okay.
When you're withdrawing from heroin, you don't crave cocaine.
No. Crave heroin.
You crave heroin, right?
Yep. Yes.
Judge, this may be a good time to break.
You're not gonna finish it up in the next 5
Oh,
minutes or
no.
so? All right, members of the jury will take our recess at this time. All right, thank you, be seated. Your witness.
Mr. Scirocco, you talked about when you would get cocaine from Hassani Gordon sometimes.
Yes.
He didn't just sell you guys cocaine, he also sold you guys heroin, correct?
I don't really remember getting it from him, but maybe it's possible.
And-
Only.
He would bring it downstairs sometimes if you guys wanted or...
Yes, he did.
Okay. I want to show you the couple pictures that you went over already, and then I'm going to show you some other ones in a little bit. S210. So this here is in evidence. That's the back entrance, right?
Yes.
Those stairs wood.
Yes.
Any thread protectant on there? Any grip on there? You recall?
Nah, I don't think so.
right.
They, like if there was,
So if it was snowy or slippery or wet, would you guys use that back entrance or
Yeah.
would you use the front entrance?
I always use that one, because we would shove somebody, me, if I was there, Wayne, somebody, Tim, we would shovel those stairs, because that was our entrance.
Okay. And then looking at the, that attic up there, see the picture where those two
Yeah, where the
windows
two
are?
satellites are?
Yeah, so that's not right above the back door. There's a kind of an offset, I guess.
Yeah, like a little, maybe a little piece of a dormer, they might call it. I'm not exactly sure.
About maybe what, 10 feet?
9, 10. The door's probably 7, so figure a foot above the door, 7, 8 the door.
I'm talking,
From this
so
part to the
I'm
window?
talking, right, I'm talking this area here where I'm pointing.
Uh-huh.
So the windows are not right above the door.
Nah, it's back a little bit, I couldn't tell you what the dimensions are.
Approximately.
8, 10 feet.
Okay. So, You recall that snow that fell on the 14th? 10, 12 inches of snow?
I remember it was a snowy winter. I don't remember how much snow that particular day, though, but it was a snowy, cold winter that year.
Okay. Typically, when you guys shoveled those stairs, or shoveled the driveway, for example, whatever shoveling needed to be done, typically you would wait until stop
Yeah.
dumping.
Unless you don't wanna do a foot at a time, so you get out there 3, 4 inches, do it again, do it again.
Okay.
Shoveling a foot of snow is not easy.
Right, understood, but typically you would wait till
Yeah.
snow, well, I mean, if you're not there,
If I wasn't there, then I didn't care.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
so, but typically you would wait till the snow was done
Yeah.
falling, and then, there'd be some shoveling to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, you were there a lot in February 2014.
Those few months, I hung out there a few months, and I was there a lot over those few months.
Okay. And then you've been up to the attic to
Mm-hmm.
see Wayne, you said, right?
No, it's already up in the attic.
Sorry, not Wayne, Hassani there. I'm gonna show you 272 again. That's in evidence. Here. Take a look at this one here.
Mm-hmm.
That there is the door to Hassani's
Yes,
house?
it goes in.
Okay, that's Hassani's area there, right?
Yes.
And what do we call this thing on the hinges?
Door.
That's a door, right?
Yes.
That's a door to that bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And that was there in February 2014?
I believe it was. It might, I don't really remember. There was either a door, you might have had a curtain, but I can't really recall.
Well, you did tell us that these pictures fairly and accurately depicted
Absolutely.
the house back in February
Absolutely.
2014.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely, yeah.
All right. I now want to focus your attention on one particular day and night, okay, Mr. Sporacco?
Yes.
And that day and night, it's February 14 into the 15th, February 14, 15, those 2 days. You know?
Yes.
You were at 64 Plum Street during the day and that evening to the night, correct?
Yes.
And as you are here today, thinking back on, it's Valentine's.
Yeah. I didn't have no Valentine, so it didn't matter to me. Sorry if I.
It's good, it's good. So, you were there.
Yes.
Nothing stands out in your mind about that night.
Nothing in particular now.
Everything was right. Correct?
Yes.
Typical night hanging out at 64 Plum Street with Wayne and Tim.
Yes.
Doing drugs,
Yes.
playing video games,
Yes.
doing heroin
Yep.
and cocaine maybe,
Maybe yes.
but mostly heroin.
Yes.
That was the drug of choice for the three of you.
Yes.
No one arguing with anybody that you recall?
No, I can't recall any arguing.
You weren't arguing with anyone?
I didn't argue with anybody.
Tim wasn't arguing with anyone?
Not that I could recall, no.
Wayne wasn't arguing with anyone?
Nope.
Tim wasn't arguing with you or Wayne? No one fighting with anybody?
Like fist fighting? No, absolutely not.
Fighting, you know,
No,
fight.
no, yeah.
Everything was copacetic.
Yes.
It was a pleasant night, no issues.
Typically when we were there,
Hassani Gordon lived up in that attic.
yes.
That particular night, his girlfriend was over, correct? If you recall.
I don't, but it's a strong possibility.
Do you remember her, Jen Romero? You remember Jennifer Romero, do you?
No.
That's okay.
Listen, if I saw her outside, I wouldn't know who she was.
Understood. But you knew who he was,
Yes.
and you didn't see him, or you have no recollection of seeing him come downstairs that day and or that night, correct?
Not really, no.
So you don't have any recollection of him coming down?
No.
As far as you recall?
Yes.
You didn't see him?
No, I don't remember, no.
So, given the fact that you guys were doing drugs and had heroin and maybe cocaine, you weren't withdrawing that night?
No,
You don't have a recollection of that?
absolutely not.
Wayne was not withdrawing that night?
No, I'm sorry.
Neither was Tim,
No, I don't believe so.
because there were plenty of drugs, and when you're doing the heroin, you're not withdrawing, correct?
Yes, yes.
At the time, were you aware that Tim owned several rental properties in New
Yes.
Brunswick?
Yes, I was.
Do you know how many?
I think it was two. The
Okay.
house he lived in there and one other one, and I think I was at the other one maybe one time, but I don't.
But he had rental
Yes,
properties.
he did.
Do you know who he rented to typically? But they were rental properties
Yes.
producing money,
Yes,
presumably. And that you were aware of, you had personal knowledge of that?
yes, I did.
I want to talk to you a little bit about what Tim kind of dressed like around the time and his personal appearance and hygiene, a little bit about that, okay?
Sure.
Um, Typically, I think you may have said something on direct that he typically wore sweatpants a lot.
Yes.
I'm going to show you D187, see if you recognize this pair of sweatpants. No, I'm not asking you if you recognize it, I'm just showing it to you. D187. Check this out. You recognize these sweatpants? They look familiar to you?
I mean, sweatpants are sweatpants, it's kind of hard to say, you know?
Well, that's why I'm asking you, you know?
Not really, I know he wore sweatpants a lot. Am I gonna know this particular pair? Probably not.
No problem.
All right?
Thank you. But similar to what I showed you,
Yeah.
what we're
sweatpants.
talking about.
Yeah, sweatpants.
So, cold winter, right?
Yeah, it was.
And Tim wore sweatpants around the house, correct?
Yes.
But typically, if he went out,
Sweatpants.
sweatpants and a coat,
Sweatpants, sweat jacket, and a jacket maybe.
hat.
I don't know about that. I don't really can't recall that.
I'm going to show you S32, see if you recognize this item. No loss. Not for me. I think it was 32. That's 32. You recognize this overcoat? Does it look familiar, maybe?
Vaguely, but it was so long ago, I don't know. for
Wow.
sure. I thought it might have been a little bit more puffier, but I could be
But
wrong.
typically the
Black
color-
Black jacket, yeah. I thought it was more puffy, but I could be wrong too.
That's okay.
All right.
I mean, it's been in the bag,
Okay,
but it looks vaguely familiar.
yes,
As a jacket that Tim would wear
yes,
when he went out, outside the house.
yes.
You guys are hanging out. That night, well into the night, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Past midnight,
I
if you recall.
I believe so, but
And, you don't leave the house, you slept over that night.
I don't believe I slept over.
Sure about that?
I don't remember, so I can't, if I don't remember if I slept over. I didn't sleep over there every night, I didn't live there,
Okay.
you know?
But do you have a recollection?
I mean, I could say it's a very strong possibility. that I-
Well,
that I
if you don't
slept
have
over.
a
Then
recollection.
I really can't remember.
When you were there, late into the night, past midnight, did you see Tim leave the house?
I don't remember.
You don't remember
If he
him?
left the house at any particular time, I
You don't have a
remember. If there's
recollection?
time, I couldn't say the time, I don't.
You don't have a recollection of him leaving?
No,
You don't have a recollection of Wayne leaving?
nope.
If he had left the house,
Mhm.
do you recall around what time?
No, if he left,
He's not
That's not a fair
Well, I'm leading up to refreshing his recollection. I can refresh his recollection. Let me do that. You testified in a prior proceeding, correct?
yes, sir.
And in that prior proceeding, it was a long time ago, it was in 2016.
Yes,
And when you testified, you came to court like this,
yes,
you know, that was a lot closer to the time that we were asking you about back then, correct?
yes,
You were posed a lot of questions
yes,
by the prosecutor's office, correct?
yes,
And by myself,
yes.
all right? So I'm gonna show you D-186,
Okay,
which is the transcript from December 15, 2016. Okay? We're gonna go to page 65. May I approach?
Yes.
We're gonna go to page 65. And this is, what did I say? This is 67.
this is 66.
65. Okay, so we're gonna read, you're gonna read for yourself.
All right,
Line 15 through 22.
15, that's question, right?
No, to yourself first.
Oh.
Read it
Oh,
inside,
okay.
inside voice.
Uh-huh.
And then let me know, and if that refreshes your recollection.
Okay,
Does it refresh your recollection?
yeah, a little bit.
All right. And there you're being asked actually by the prosecutor, if you remember Tim leaving that night, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you said, yeah, a little bit, just like you said.
Yeah.
And you described around the time that he would have left, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor,
Typically-
Your Honor, I just, may it be heard, I just want to make sure it's on this paragraph. The mark copy here?
So you're gonna rephrase your question?
Yes.
for me?
Robert, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, a little bit.
Do you recall if Tim left the house that evening?
If he left, right, I don't remember 100%, but if he did, it would have been,
So don't guess as to whether he left. It's either you remember him leaving or not. If you don't.
can I
move
see
on.
that again and see what I said, please?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, 65, line 15 to 24, and let me get another document too, okay? Before you answer any questions. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I was trying to answer it the exact same way I said it here. I
Well-
don't remember what time.
Well, you don't, so the first question is, did Tim leave the house that night?
And
If you recall.
it's like I said, I don't remember. And right here it says I don't remember. But if he did. this
Hold
is
on,
not-
not if he did.
But
If
this-
you don't
this same
remember,
exact statement?
stop talking.
Okay.
If you don't remember, let's move on.
And just to be clear, Mr. Sparaco, February 14th into February 15th,
Yes.
those 2 days, you were at 64 Plum Street, correct?
Yes.
And you have a recollection of that, correct?
Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
But you have no recollection of Tim leaving that night, correct?
Yeah, I can't recall, yes.
When you were hanging out with Tim and Wayne around that time, Tim didn't shower on a daily basis, correct?
No.
In fact, sometimes he would go about a week without showering, correct?
Yes.
Wearing the same old sweatpants
Yes.
and whatever upper
T-shirt.
sweatshirt, whatever.
Yes, yes.
And as far as his facial hair, scruff,
Yeah.
a couple days
Yes.
before he shaved.
Yes.
And his hair lengthwise, an inch.
Yeah. Yes.
What color hair typically did he have when he wasn't gray like he is today?
It's like a dirty blonde, maybe? Light brown?
I'm gonna show you D188 and D189. Take a look at D188 and D189. Let me know when you're ready to answer some questions about that.
Okay.
Is that about how he looked on February 15 or 14/15, 2014?
I would say yes.
Fairly and accurately depict what he looked like on February 14 into 15?
I would say yes.
Would like to move these items into evidence?
Objections, D 188 and 89 in evidence.
I'm just gonna pass it around, sure, it's okay. Just real quick. About that length hair, right?
Yes.
That kind of scruff.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Sparaco, we're gonna start with, this scruffy system. Did 64 Plum, to your knowledge, have a washing machine?
Yes.
All right, new dryer?
I don't know about new, but we had a washer and dryer.
All right, and it doesn't have to be new, but it had one that functioned?
Yes.
And we talked about this jacket here that we see. You know, when we talk about this jacket, do you know when this jacket was, when Tim got this jacket, if it's a jacket?
No.
All right. Do you know when you saw him in it?
No.
All right. You don't recall any of those details about seeing him wear it or anything like that?
I do remember black jacket. I don't know, like, I thought it was puffier. It might, that very well could be. I don't, you know, I just don't know for sure.
And you know, you said that a couple of times. Can you explain to the jury why you may not recall certain details from that time?
It's a long time ago, first and foremost. That would really be where I'm getting at.
All right, and would there be anything else that would have clouded your memory?
No, I'm trying to remember everything as best I can, and I try to, you know, tell you guys everything the best I can, and that's really.
All right. And so now you described to us in one of the photos that 272 of the door, it may still be in front of you, 272. Now, when you mentioned a curtain, can you explain that for a jury? That was, maybe we could put it back up just so the jury can see it as well. You had mentioned a curtain.
I said there might have been, right, a curtain as this door. I don't quite remember, I said there might have been.
Sure,
That's
sure.
about as far as I can go with that.
Sure.
But I know the door, the room, and all that.
What made you say a curtain, though, I guess is my question.
Because I kind of just thought it when I saw it, you know? I'm sorry, but.
When you saw that picture, you
Yeah,
think of a
there might
curtain.
have been a curtain there, like, I'm kind of iffy on that, but there might have been, is what I'm saying. So that's also not, I don't know.
But that's what popped in your head?
Yes.
And you said on that evening of February 14th into the 15th, that you recall plenty of drugs.
Yes.
All right, explain that to the jury, but plenty of drugs, explain that.
Well, we would get drugs, we would do them, then we would do some more, and then we would do some more, and then we would do some more.
So how much are you talking about when you're talking about that amount?
It could be a lot, like, off the top of my head, maybe me personally, I don't know exactly what Wayne did or Tim did, but me personally, throughout the course of an evening, I could probably do 10 easily.
All right, and so we'll get to those other subjects in a moment. But how much would that roughly cost you? How often would you do the 10 bags?
I always needed something, so I wasn't ill, right? So if I was low on cash, maybe I only would do a couple rather than do a whole lot. But I would try to keep myself so I wouldn't get sick. So
Talk about that. What is that a term? What does the term on E mean?
means you're sick and you need some drugs to get yourself off E, so you're not hurting, you're getting yourself level in some way, shape, or form.
You just said a great word, levels. So is E a different level of dope sick?
You know, E is like basically you're starting to get sick. I'm on E, I need to get something now before it gets bad. That would be E.
Before you
Dope
get
sick
to
is you're
dope sick.
already sick. E's right before you're getting real bad.
All right.
I'm on E, I need something to fix me.
All right. And so you mentioned that sometimes you used heroin,
Yes,
and then sometimes you use cocaine,
yes,
and then sometimes you mix both of those.
yes.
All right, so explain that to the jury. If you were starting to get on E on heroin, and you didn't have heroin available, what would you do?
I wouldn't do cocaine.
Okay, right. Now, when Tim used heroin, how did he act? How would he respond to being on E?
On E, just like, he would be like, I gotta get something so I don't get sick.
Did
That
you
would-
all have the same personal response to your particular mixtures?
So I'm
Of
sorry,
the
sir?
heroin, did you have your own personal response to the mixture, to the heroin?
Yeah, I mean, it also depends on how much you're doing, you know, on how ill you're gonna get and how ill you're gonna get quickly. Like, some people would do a whole lot. Me saying 10's like, to an addict, it's not a lot, you know, so I don't know what anybody else was doing. I know roughly what I was able to do.
That's my question. Did you know personally what Tim was doing as far as his intake?
His amounts? Absolutely not.
And did you know his particular responses to particular things, to
No.
particular drugs?
No, not really.
Because you knew your personal, you
Yeah.
knew you.
Yeah.
And in regards to paying for this, you're saying that, was this a everyday occurrence or?
Yes.
All right. And so who was paying for all this?
We all kind of chipped in and helped each other out if need be. Like if I had money and Wayne or Tim didn't, I would help them out. Same would be them for me.
All right. And so tell me about, when you talk about money, where were you working at? You guys were working in the day and coming at night?
I don't know really what those guys did. I tried to do what I do for work and make my money. I don't know what those do for their money. I know what I did for mine, but I know that sometimes I was broke and they have money, they'd help me out.
And so,
Vice versa.
and so you didn't know what money situation was going on with Tim?
No, I don't didn't know his finances at all.
All right. Now, you did mention though on Cross that you knew about all the properties that he owned.
I knew the other house, but I don't know what his money intake was. He didn't discuss that with people.
Right, exactly. And when you talk about the properties, who were the properties, who was on the mortgage?
Objection, Judge. Relevance and.
Well, I think he said he didn't know about his finances. You're assuming he has that information?
I believe on direct, he indicated that he understood that he knew the properties that Mr. Puskas owned, and he owned these various properties
I
in the
knew
area.
he had the house that he lived in, and he owned one other house. I don't know about anything else.
Right, so I'm just saying, did you know if he owned the property with anyone else?
Like I had a partner or something? No, I don't know.
All right, so you really didn't know anything about the actual mortgage of that property?
No.
All right. What made you believe that he owned the other property? Why did you believe that?
Because he told me.
Okay.
Okay, and I actually went there one time with him. I don't remember why, but he had a problem with a tenant or something, they had an issue and he wanted to go take a look at it. I went with him one time. That's why I knew it was his, 'cause they called the landlord to go look at the property.
Right, and so, again, you don't know, you have no idea about who the actual landlord on the mortgage, you have the mortgage.
No,
information.
I just assumed it was him.
Oh, okay. And in regards to that night again, the energy in the house, talk about it.
Long time ago, but more than likely.
No, I don't want you to guess, I don't want you to do that. Let me ask you a direct question then. Were there any issues between Haas and the defendant?
Objection, Judge. Can we be seen, please?
All right, so we're gonna go over that, we're gonna say that question again. On the evening, that February 14th, February 15th, 2014, that specific evening, you stated that everyone was in good spirits, nobody was fighting.
Yes,
And was Hassan was home on that evening as well?
I believe so.
All right. And there was no fighting between him or the defendant?
No, not that I can remember.
And if he had something and you wanted to go up and grab something from Hassan, you could if you wanted to?
Objection, speculation, Judge. If,
Rephrase your question, please.
On the evening of February 14th, would you have had the ability to go upstairs and purchase something from Hassan?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Spock.
Mr. Sparaco, you were posed a couple of questions about, I don't know what E means, but I guess the state asked you.
He means empty.
Empty on Heron.
Yep.
Whether it's you, Tim, Wayne, or some other stranger, given your knowledge of what happens when you're empty on Heron,
Yeah, what do you want me to do?
do you do cocaine?
No.
Does it matter if it's you, Tim, Wayne, a complete stranger?
I would think not.
Because
But I can't,
why?
it makes you feel worse. So if you want to feel worse, then do that. I wouldn't. I don't know about anybody else's deal, but I wouldn't.
But that's what it does.
Yeah, it makes you feel worse, 100%.
And when you're on E or you're withdrawing, you want to get back to, what is that called?
Level.
Level.
Your level point, so you're not sick. You get at least right to here, like, oh my God, at least I don't feel bad anymore.
And in order to get to level, you need heroin,
Yes,
not cocaine.
correct.
Cocaine's going to get you even lower.
It's gonna make you feel worse.
With regards to money, the prosecutor asked you a little bit about money and how you guys would help each other out. If you needed to be spotted for drugs, if Tim and Wayne had money, they'd spot you.
Absolutely.
And if Tim needed drugs and you had money, you would spot him.
Yes, same thing for Wayne.
And that was what would happen,
Yep,
typically.
yeah.
And that what was happening in February 2014.
But,
In February 2014, when you're hanging out and doing drugs with those guys,
uh-huh,
that's what you're describing would happen. you guys would help each other out.
Yeah, if we need be, absolutely.
And that happened on a regular basis.
Yeah, it's expensive. You don't always have money.
And the three of you guys
But
help each other out.
yes.
Specifically, that night, do you recall whether there was a shortage of money anywhere?
I can't recall if there was a shortage of money.
Nothing comes to mind.
No.
We know there are plenty of drugs. That we know.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown.
That's it for me, I could leave.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Louis Dos Reis.
Following the testimony. Please watch the step. Stand in front of the chair. Please raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Louis Dos Reis,
Spell your last name.
Dosreis.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Proceed and please use the microphone to speak up for the jury.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Dos Reis.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing okay?
Where do you live right now?
I'm living out of 92 Grant Avenue in Kearney, New Jersey.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a senior account manager at an art storage facility up in Clifton.
How long have you been doing that?
I've eclipsed the 5-year mark this past December.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to college here in New Brunswick at Rutgers University.
What year did you graduate?
Graduated college in 2014.
So it's fair to say that in February of 2014, you were a senior at that point, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you live your senior year of college?
I lived with a couple of my roommates, colleagues, also going to school at 28 Hartwell Street, I believe it is, here in New Brunswick.
When did you move into 28 Hartwell Street?
The September prior to the start of the school year, so that would have been September 2013, correct?
Who did you live there with?
A few of my roommates' names, Cornelius Burke, Vincent Mancuso, Stephen McCormick, who else am I meant? That was like 3 or 4 names just now. Do I need to go on?
If you remember everybody who lived in the house, that's great.
Carlton Brown was one. Who else is there? James Litfield was another. And then I believe there was a William Hassenkamp.
Okay.
And I think that covers everybody.
All right. So this was a single freestanding house, right?
Yeah, it was a freestanding house, you know.
How many bedrooms?
7 bedrooms. I believe there were 2 of us that were doubled up in a room.
Were you doubled up?
I had a single room for myself.
Okay. Where was your bedroom in relation to the whole house? Which side of the house did it
Sure.
face?
So my bedroom was on the back side of the house. I had a 2nd floor bedroom overlooking the backyard.
Showing council S101 and S919. May I approach, sir?
Yes.
Showing you S101, S19, you recognize those.
The first image I do not recognize. I recognize the back of the house for
Okay.
sure.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
So
okay.
does that show the house that you lived in?
Yes,
And that was, you lived there on February 14th and 15th of 2014?
correct.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the house looked on that specific date?
Yes.
Now I'm showing you S101. What does that show?
That shows the front of the house.
All right, is that a fair and accurate depiction of how it looked on February 14th and 15th, 2014?
Yes.
I believe S101's in evidence. I guess move 919 into evidence.
Okay.
919 in evidence.
All right. Mr. Ghost Race, S101 is up on the screen there. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the front of the house, that, we rented during that school year.
And is that the door, how you would enter and exit the house generally?
Primarily, yes.
To the right of that, that's a driveway there?
Correct.
Did you park in that driveway?
I did often park in that driveway, yes.
Now, you had a number of roommates. Did anybody park in the street or anything like that?
If I recall correctly, all of our cars were able to fit on the street. On rare occasions, there might be, one or two people who would have to do street parking, but I'm fairly confident all of our cars fit, at any point. If there was a guest ever visiting, they would likely park on the street.
Okay. Let's go to the next picture. S919. Can you tell us what that is? What side of the house that is?
So that's the back side of the house. It looks like the camera was taken at the edge of the property. Behind the camera holder would likely be the border fence for the next, backyard over.
Now, does that picture show where your bedroom was in the house?
Yes, so you can see my bedroom window, the top right on the center.
This is a pointer.
Sure.
So, I did it. So if you hold it down, it illuminates.
Sure. The
It's
center
top,
button?
the top button.
Sure.
So can you
That would be
indicate
my
where your
window, right here.
Okay. Now, what we're looking at on the bottom of the screen, what is that there? I'm talking about the very,
The diagonal.
yes.
That's likely, I would say the broken down fence that we had on the side of the yard.
Okay. And where does that, what is that fence, what does it divide?
It divides the adjacent house on the other side of the next street over. So if we were to cut through our backyard, we would be inside the next person's backyard.
Okay. What street was that was the next street over?
If we were on Hartwell, would it have been Robinson Street? Not Street. I think Lewis Street is too far. I want to say Robinson Street.
Okay. Was it typical for people to go through your property at that point?
Yes, I would say it was common action to see or see signs of, let's say, footprints through the snow. You could see traction of people who would cut through the yard to get to the next street instead of going all the way around the block. They would just cut through.
So they would cut through your property, the property that you were renting, I assume, right? And
Yes.
go to Robinson Street.
Correct.
And that was considered a shortcut at the time?
Yes, I would consider it a shortcut.
And did you notice that activity throughout the year that you lived there?
Yeah, I would say, I couldn't tell you the exact number of times, I caught somebody crossing through, but there was definitely signs of foot traffic. If you didn't actually physically see somebody crossing, that would suggest, they have frequent use of the backyard to cut through.
Where you lived on Hartwell Street, was it unusual to hear activity out in the street?
Could be more specific.
Street noises,
Street noises.
people talking, things like that.
If it was just, like light conversations on the outside, I don't think you'd be able to hear that. If people were having, an argument, or being loud and rowdy, I would say that you could be able to hear that. I know, nearby on Easton Ave, rowdy college kids trying to get pizza, at early hours or late hours of the night. You hear the noise, but on this specific time, I didn't hear anything, out of the ordinary or unusual.
Well, but let's go through your night that night. So this was so February 14th, 2014. Explain to us what you were doing that night, where you went and what you did.
Sure. So from my recollection of the date, my roommates and I were doing what college kids do, and having a couple of drinks before earlier in the evening. I know that my roommates that night were preparing to go out on the town, hit the local bars. I'm not so much as one to go out as much as they were. So on this specific night, I do recall staying indoors. I was asleep by 11, maybe 11:30, something like that. The next morning, woke up to the ruckus of yeah.
We'll get to that in a second. So that night, you said you went to bed around 11:30.
Yeah, approximately.
All right. And had you been drinking that night at home?
We were drinking earlier in the night, yes.
Did you go out at the house at all that night?
Like physically outside of the property, it's hard for me to say with certainty, but no.
Okay. How much had you had to drink that night?
I can't recall that.
Did you get intoxicated that night?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, at 11:30, you went to bed?
Correct.
All right. And would you say that by the level of your intoxication, you slept pretty soundly that night?
I would say I slept soundly that night, yeah.
Did you hear anything unusual that night?
Not to my memory.
Did you wake up during the night at all?
No.
Do you remember what time you woke up in the morning?
I would put my approximate time to wake up between 9 and 9:30 in the morning the next day.
What happened after you woke up?
After I woke up, there was, I think, naturally a bit of a ruckus in the house in regards to chatter about various news vans and police activity outside. After I had awoken and gotten a chance to speak with some of my roommates, the chatter was like, "Oh, look outside, there's a body out there." And I remember looking outside, and I remember seeing like a black just blob, for lack of a better term, seemed to be embedded in the snow. At that point, police knocked on the doors, took all of our statements in turn, and that was it.
Okay. So immediately after you woke up was when the police were there, and you said news vans were there as well?
I believe they were on site before I had risen. I can't remember, with clarity for certain.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, thanks. Mr. Dos Reis, would you consider yourself a heavy or a light sleeper?
I would consider myself a light sleeper.
So you were light sleeper whether you had some alcohol or not, correct?
Yes, I would wager, alcohol has some effect on the deepness of the sleep, if you will. I don't know how much of an effect exactly. If it would turn me from light sleeper to a heavy sleeper.
You've been in situations where you've had some alcohol and you're still woken up by noises?
It's hard for me to say for certain.
Well, you would know.
Sure.
I don't.
I would say no.
And you told the prosecutor on direct examination that you were intoxicated that night?
Yes.
So, Mr. Dos Reis, you, back in September 2016, you sat down with my investigator and you gave him a recorded statement, correct?
That's correct.
And during that recorded statement, he asked you a lot of questions about that night, correct?
That's correct.
And you swore to tell the truth?
That's correct.
And when he asked you those questions, that was a lot closer to the incident, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And he asked you whether you're a light sleeper, correct?
That's correct.
He asked you what you did that night.
Correct.
He asked you what your friends did,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
You had every opportunity to talk to him and tell him everything that you experienced, right?
Correct.
And I'm going to show you here the 180, okay?
Okay.
This is, okay, this is a transcript of your statement
Okay.
to my investigator, correct?
Correct.
Now, before you came here to testify, Mr. Dos Reis, before you look at that, hold on a second. Before you came here to testify, you met with the Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office, correct?
Correct.
And in preparation for your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And when you sat down with them, when was that?
A few days ago.
How many days ago?
I don't have the exact date. In my
few
mind.
days ago?
A few days ago, a week ago.
And during that meeting, these prosecutors talked to you about that night, correct?
Correct.
And he talked to you about the questions that you would be asked during the trial, correct?
Correct.
And your expected answers to those questions, correct?
Correct.
And that meeting occurred just recently, correct?
Correct.
That statement that you gave us is almost 7, 8 years old, correct?
Correct.
Now, nowhere in that statement that occurred long before you met in preparation for your testimony with the prosecutor's office, do you say that you were intoxicated that night, correct?
Can I review?
Sure.
So in the statement here, I'm reading, I previously said in the early evening I had gone out with a bunch of my roommates to one of the local bars. I don't remember having gone out that night. My memory was that I had stayed in. If you have video suggesting.
No video. I'm asking if you were so drunk, or you told us you were so drunk, like you just told us on direct, that you didn't hear anything. That's what I'm asking about, Mr. Dos Reis.
I wouldn't say I was, so drunk, but I had imbibed, if you will.
I mean, the prosecutor's question to you was, were you so intoxicated that you had, basically slept like a rock? That's what, right? That's what they asked you.
Yeah.
And you said yes, right? So that's just now.
I mean, it would be hard for me to say, for.
Hold on, the objection is,
Mischaracterization.
that That wasn't exactly the question, so if you could rephrase what it is you're trying to get from this.
The prosecutor asked you that the intoxication, the level of intoxication that you had, and if I'm not remembering it exactly the same, please let me know, affected your ability or made you sleep, not as you typically sleep, if I'm paraphrasing. That was the question.
Sure, I understand.
And you told the prosecutor that your answer was yes, correct?
I would say that the level of intoxication would have affected at least slightly the level of sleep I would have gotten that night, for certain. How much effect and how much I drank, I couldn't tell you.
And my question to you is, in that statement that you gave us in 2016, before your preparation session with the prosecutor's office a few days ago, there's nothing in there about how, the fact that you were so intoxicated, correct?
There's no language in here that specifically states
That you were drunk.
level of intoxication. It does say that I went out to one of the local bars, which would suggest at least some level, right?
Right, that you had a couple of drinks or whatever drinks you had.
Sure.
So, and then again, later on, after this date, also before you met with the prosecutor's office, you testified in the prior proceeding, correct?
That's correct.
And that testimony was under oath, correct?
That's correct.
D190. Now take a look at D190, Mr. Dos Reis. The date you testified, January 3rd, 2017, sound about right?
More or less, yeah. I don't remember the exact.
Now, you had an opportunity to look at this before today, correct? Your
Yes.
testimony?
Yes.
Take a look at that and tell me whether anywhere in there you say that you were so intoxicated to the point where you went to bed and just oblivious to everything that was going on out there.
So in my statement here, I see my friends and I had spent some time in the house prior drinking, and then we had gone out to one of the local bars in New Brunswick that evening. I went out for a little while. I returned earlier than the rest of them. Approximately, what time did you go to bed? In my statement here, I said I would have been in bed and sleeping by 12:30. I believe that night I had gotten home around 11:30 or so, promptly fell asleep soon after. Are you more of a deep sleeper, a light sleeper?
Well, I don't want you to read the whole thing. I'm just talking about, the high level of intoxication that.
There's no language in here that would specify the level of intoxication.
You did, however, say that you are a light sleeper, right?
I would consider myself a light sleeper, yes.
You slept through the night that night, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear any noises outside?
No.
You didn't hear any struggles outside in your backyard?
No.
Now, in the past, you had heard people walk into the backyard, correct?
It's again hard to say, for certain and pinpoint any one special occasion.
But you would hear them.
if they were, making a large rustle, crunching of, leaves in the fall, or the sound of snow crunching and stuff, that might be audible.
That potentially could even wake you up, even something that benign.
I don't know if a noise as simple as just leaves crunching would be able to penetrate through the walls of the house and wake me up. If there was something on the other side of my room door, that might do it, but I think the distance, between inside and outside, is too great to really have the.
You didn't hear any fighting outside?
No.
You didn't hear any thuds?
No.
You didn't hear any struggles?
No.
No yells?
No.
Things that loud potentially could wake up a light sleeper, right?
Yes.
You heard nothing of the sort.
I heard nothing.
You went to bed at around 11:30,
Yeah.
and then you woke up. When you woke up, the police were already there.
I believe so, yes.
Well, that's what you remember.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Thank you. No.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
I don't know if we want to take a break for the jury. We have a move for this.
All right, so members of the jury will take our mid-afternoon recess, please. Don't talk about the case, and we'll see you back in about 15 minutes. Please call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Greg Harry.
Sir, please watch your step and stand in front of the chair. Please raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Gregory Perry,
Spell your last name.
P-A-R-R-Y.
And do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. May I have a seat, and please speak into the microphone for the jury.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perry. Make sure that microphone's close up. You have a deep voice, but you don't speak very loud, speak soft, so make sure you're speaking into the microphone, okay?
Okay.
So, can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you live right now?
My name is Gregory Perry. I live in East Brunswick, New Jersey. Work as a software developer for an insurance company.
Let's see if we can get that correct. You said that you're a software developer?
Yes.
Okay, that's better, all right. Where'd you graduate from college?
Rutgers University,
And what year did you graduate?
2016.
So in February of 2014, were you attending college at that point in time?
Yes.
What year were you in college?
I was a junior.
And were you a commuter student at Rutgers?
Yes.
Now, you lived at home, right?
Yes.
And you lived in East Brunswick with your family?
Yes.
Now, did you typically come to New Brunswick, to Rutgers, to hang out with friends?
Yes.
Did you ever spend time at 31 Robinson Street?
Yes.
Who did you know that lived at 31 Robinson Street?
I knew everyone in the house that year.
Who were the people that lived at 31 Robinson Street?
Annalon, Ed, Mike, Andrew, label, and auto.
Did you know any of the people that lived in 31 Robinson before you started attending Rutgers?
Yes.
Who?
Emelon Krishnamurti.
How did you know Amelon?
We became friends in high school from the same town.
How often would you go to 31 Robinson to visit Amelon and the other kids there?
A few times a week usually.
So when you came to New Brunswick, did you drive?
Yes.
And where would you park your car when you came to New Brunswick to visit Amelon or any of the other kids at 31 Robinson?
I would usually park in front of the house, but not always.
Okay, why not always?
Whenever parking filled up, I had additional places that I would try to park. Whenever parking filled up on 31, on Robinson Street, I had additional places to park.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you sometimes park far away from 31 Robinson?
Yes.
And if you did that, you would have to walk to 31 Robinson?
Can we open up the doors?
But yeah, if they're meeting, the objections is.
Okay, fair enough. How would you get to 31 Robinson if you parked far away?
I would walk.
Are you familiar with Hartwell Street?
Yes.
Have you ever used a cut-through on Hartwell Street to get to 31 Robinson?
Yes.
And why would you go down Hartwell to get to 31 Robinson?
The shortcut that I took was a little bit shorter from walking down Hamilton. So I would occasionally choose to use that path.
Can you describe that for us?
Describe
The cut-through.
Sure. So I would be walking down Hamilton, take a right onto Hartwell. The reference point I used for where the shortcut was a very long driveway, and I would walk up the driveway, at which point 31 Robinson would be in view, and then I would take a direct path to the back door of 31 Robinson.
Was there anything up blocking your way from getting from Hartwell to Robinson?
There was a fence.
Was that up or down or something else?
The fence was knocked inward towards Robinson Street.
How often would you use that cut through there?
Probably 1 in 3 times that I had to park away from Robinson Street.
Did you recall hearing about a body that was found at 28 Hartwell on February 15, 2014 at some point?
Yes.
And how did you hear about it? Do you recall?
I believe was on the local news the same day.
I'm going to draw your attention to February 13th, 2014, into February 13th of 2014 into February 14th of 2014. Did you go and visit Amelon around that time?
Yes.
Okay. When did you specifically come to New Brunswick to visit Amelon?
Late at night on February 13th.
Where did you meet Amelon that day?
I cannot quite remember. I know I picked him up. I'm not sure if it was at his house or if he was somewhere else on campus.
Okay, where did you guys go after you picked him up?
We went to Easton Avenue.
Okay, to do what?
I think we were trying to get food and drinks.
Do you remember where you parked?
Yes.
Where?
It was a Rutgers staff lot behind the bars and nobles.
At some point, did you leave the Easton Avenue area?
Yes.
Did you drive away from that area, or did you walk away from that area that evening?
I'm not quite sure.
At some point, did you walk towards Amelon's house?
Yes.
Who was with you when you were walking towards Amelon's house?
Evelyn.
And what date was this specifically? February 13th or 14th?
This would have been very late, February 13th, I believe.
What path did you take to get to Amelon's house?
I turned right on Hartwell and used the shortcut.
Did Amelon come with you?
No.
Describe what the weather conditions were like that night.
There were flurries, but it was in a weird temperature range where the ground was very wet. Sidewalks had a lot of puddles on it.
Was there any snow on the ground or anything of that nature?
There was snow, yes, there was snow on the ground.
Do you remember approximately how much snow?
Say 3 to 5 inches or so.
Now, let's take a step back. You indicated that you walked to Hartwell, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then where did you go from there specifically?
After on Hartwell, I took the shortcut at the long driveway to 31 Robinson.
Did Amelon go with you?
No.
Why not?
We were debating which path was the best to his house, and we could not exactly decide, so we decided to split up and just meet at the house.
And so you went through the cut through, and which way did Amelon go?
I believe everyone walked up to Robinson Street and took a right.
So as you were going through the cut through, can you describe the conditions in the back of the house on Hartwell before you got to the Robinson property?
Sure. So the snow started off probably around 3 to 5 inches, and then as I progressed towards the fence, it became markedly deeper. And that's about it. So it was,
Okay. All right. Then did you proceed from there to the next property, to 31 Robinson?
yes.
All right. And tell us the path you took to get to 31 Robinson. To get to the house.
I took a direct path to the back of 31 Robinson.
Okay. So you say the back. Is there a door back there?
Yes.
How did you get in the house there?
I knocked on the door and someone let me in from the kitchen.
You recall who let you in?
I do not.
And how long did you stay there at 31 Robinson that night?
A few hours.
What did you guys do that night?
I think we were just hanging out.
Do you remember approximately what time you left?
sometime between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m.
And we're talking about February 14th, 2014?
Yes.
Which way did you leave the house?
I left out the front door.
Why'd you leave out of the front door instead of going back through the cut-through?
The snow was a little too deep, and I decided that the other path was actually better.
In the days that followed, after you left during the early morning hours of the 14th, did you go back to 31 Robinson at all?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been previously shown to defense counsel. S-138. (141), 141A, 141C, 142, 142A, 142B, and 144B. Can you just take a look at all those pictures that I just handed you and tell me what they are?
These photos are of the backyard of 31 Robinson with my footprints leading up to the back door, and this is the front of the house.
Okay. Are those a fair and accurate depiction of how 31 Robinson looked on February 13th and 14th of 2014?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state moves all of those photos into evidence.
I have no objection.
Showing you S-141A. You know what? Where's the clicker? This is a slider. So this button up here at the top.
Okay.
So if you click this, it switches the photos. All right. Can you tell us what we're looking at in S-141A?
Yes, we're looking at the backyard of 31 Robinson in the back of the house with my footprints leading up to the back door.
Does S-141A show the cut through, or about where the division of property is? I guess that's a better question.
Shows the fence right there.
Okay, so why don't you indicate with the clicker the fence?
Right along here.
Okay. Can you indicate the path that you took that day to get to 31 Robinson?
Following right there, and then straight to the back.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next picture. What does that show? 138.
Kind of a more wide view photo of my photos moving up to the back door of 31 Robinson.
Okay. And does that also depict the path that you took on February 13th, 2014 to get to 31 Robinson?
Yes.
S1, let's go back to 141. S-141, what does that show?
Minus a set of footprints leading up to the back door of 31 Robinson.
Okay, so, does that show the back door that you entered 31 Robinson?
Yes, right. Here.
Okay, and is that the door that you knocked on to have somebody let you in?
Yes.
Let's go to the next one. S-141C, can you tell us what that is?
Not quite sure. See if you footprints.
You're not familiar with, so 141C, does that show anything you're familiar with?
Not quite sure.
Okay, let's try the next one. S-142, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the back door.
Okay, perhaps if we go back to the last one, that's S-141C, does that provide context to you?
I'm not.
Okay, all right, let's move on. Okay, there we go. S-142A, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That is the back porch of 31 Robinson with my footprints leading up to the door.
Okay, let's go to the next one. 142B, what is that?
My footprints?
And those are your footprints going to 31 Robinson?
Yes.
Next one. Do you recognize S-144B?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the front of 31 Robinson.
Okay. Does that depict the door that you exited that night when you left?
Yes.
Next one. Okay. I am going to. Should we go S-561? D. What is that?
That is a Google Maps printout of the local area around 31 Robinson.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the layout of Hartwell Street and Robinson?
Yes.
Is that moved in already?
It was already.
It was already.
What's that number?
561D. So it's being displayed on the screen, Mr. Parry. Can you point out with that clicker where Robinson Street is?
Sure. Right here.
Okay. How about Hartwell?
Hartwell is parallel one road.
Okay. The street on the bottom that's sort of diagonal, what street is that?
This is Hamilton.
Can you indicate for the jury where the cut through was?
Sure. So it would have happened at Hartwell 28, right where there's this. Right. It would have happened right here.
Okay, and where's 31 Robinson?
31 Robinson is on the left-hand side of the illuminated circle.
Can you just sort of indicate the path that you took that night on February 13th?
Sure. Starting from Hamilton or from here?
Yes.
Okay. So, using the cursor as me, I guess. somewhere here, come, right to here at the intersection of Hamilton and Hartwell. I would take it right, I would go up to around here, and then I would cross directly to 31 Robinson.
Okay. Thank you, that's all the questions I have.
Mr. Perry, how good is your memory from 10 years ago?
I can remember certain things in detail and others not so much.
Before coming here today, you had an opportunity to meet prosecutors,
Yes,
go over your testimony
yes.
about what they were going to ask you about, kind of questions they were going to ask you.
I'm not sure.
What did you guys talk about?
I was asked to recount the night, and then I was asked a few follow-up questions.
And they told you what night they wanted you to recount?
Yes,
Okay. And the date of the night that they wanted you to recount, they gave you, correct?
yes,
It's not something that you had an independent recollection of, correct?
I had an independent recollection of it.
You would come to New Brunswick on many nights, right? And you would use that cut through 1 out of 3 times you went to Robinson Street, correct?
Yes,
So we're going back 10 years. You don't know which time you used, you don't know what day or which time you used that cut through. It was a regular thing you did, right?
I'm not sure.
So you came in driving from East Brunswick, right?
I most likely started from my house on the 13th, yes.
And then you went to meet Amalan Krishnamurti
Krishnamurti,
in New Brunswick.
yes.
Where'd you park again? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Where did you park when you met up with him?
Not exactly sure.
Somewhere near the campus?
I'm not quite sure where I picked him up, where I parked him.
You don't remember?
Correct.
And you don't remember where you parked?
Initially,
You don't remember, it's okay.
right.
You don't remember.
Initially, when I met up with Avalon, I do not remember where I was parked.
Okay, how about after?
I remember for sure being parked in the Rutgers staff lot.
Where's that?
Somerset and Easton.
So let me show you a map of the area. You're familiar with New Brunswick, I assume?
It depends on the part.
D122, Judge Mann. Check out D122. Take a look at that area for yourself. You can hold this. You can hold that. Let me take a look at these pictures here. Let me know when you've studied the area a little bit.
Okay.
Familiar with that area? That's depicted in D122? What was that?
I'm familiar with certain roads, yes.
Okay. Can you, you said Somerset and Easton is where you parked?
Yes.
Would you be able to kind of point to it?
Sure. So Somerset is the road that leads to, I think this is called 1 Robert with Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
And so it would be right here on the intersection of Easton and Somerset. So if I were driving down towards the train station
Mm-hmm.
to took a left, and then I took the first left into the parking lot. There's a staff lot that goes up here.
All right, so if we're pointing here, just in general, for the jury to see, I'm pointing near where number 7 is, in the general vicinity. Maybe you can point to it, doesn't matter to me.
I don't know.
Go ahead, you can point to it, it's okay.
Sure.
If you want to show the jury.
Number 7 seems like it's off of Hamilton, and when I was parked on Easton, I would have been parked here.
Okay,
by
so
Somerset.
All right, so you're pointing to the intersection where right above the words New Brunswick, and that's the train?
Yes.
So you park close to where the train station is?
Yes.
All right. And this was a cold night, yes? Snow? You said there was snowing?
I would put it at 30 or 40 degrees.
How about you said flurries? You were telling us about flurries before.
There were a few flurries.
So snowing,
Yes.
cold enough to make snow.
Yes.
All right. And you remember parking here near the train station and walking all the way to 31 Robinson Street? Yes? I mean, yes or no? I mean, that's...
I recall doing that at certain points in the year. I'm not sure if I did it this night or not.
Okay. All right. So we're not sure whether that happened that night that we're talking about here today. Right?
About what?
Parking and walking all that way.
Not entirely sure, no.
Okay. So you said today that you walked with Amelon.
Yes.
Amelon lived at 31 Robinson
Yes.
with his roommates.
Yes.
And you would visit him there on a regular basis.
Yes.
You didn't drive there with him, right? You walked, or maybe you drove?
I walked to 31 Robinson with Emily.
Okay. And when you get close to 31 Robinson, I mean, Alan's your friend, right?
Yes.
And you guys have known each other since high school?
Yes.
Presumably when you were walking, you guys were chatting up and talking, whatever people do?
Yes.
Okay. So you get to the intersection of Hamilton and Hartwell Street, and Robinson Street is just one more street over, correct?
Correct.
Amelon decides to just walk that one little block over and make a right on Robinson, right?
Correct.
And you decide to split off from him and go into Hartwell Street?
Yes.
And you can't tell us, actually, I'll withdraw that question. Did anyone closer to what we're talking about here today, this incident, reach out to you and say, hey, we want your shoes or boots or whatever you were wearing in order to look at the soles? Did anyone do that?
No.
No. No detective said, hey, can I see what the soles are on your shoes? Nobody did that, right?
No.
I'm gonna show you. D46. Check out D46. You recognize that area?
Not exactly sure. I think the coloration of that house is similar to 31 Robinson, but I'm not quite sure.
Those footsteps in that area. You know where they came from?
No.
All right, check this out. D1446. I mean S14. This is 1446. This is not 146.
It's 144B.
Oh, that's a B?
Yeah.
Oh. S144B. That's the front of the house?
Yes.
And you see the little hallway, the little gap between the two houses?
Yes.
You see the footsteps there?
Yes.
You know where they came from?
No.
And this happens on the 13th, you said, correct?
Yes.
What you believe you're reciting for us, correct?
It happened on the 13th and then extended into the very early morning of the 14th.
So what you're reciting occurs in the evening of the 13th? Or if you're remembering it correctly?
Yes.
Which is, you're saying you used the cut through on the evening of the 13th? Not the 14th?
I don't know when midnight was relative to where I passed, but I believe it was close.
And this is obviously, if you're remembering this night, correct? Correct? That was the night? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing else, Judge.
In 2014, very close to when the body was found, as you indicated earlier, did police come and talk to you?
No, I approached them.
And you spoke to the police?
Yes.
And at that point, did you tell them about you cutting through Hartwell Street to Robinson?
Yes.
And in 2016, you said the same thing, correct?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down. Right, members of the jury, that's all the testimony that we have for you today. Travel safely. We'll see you back tomorrow morning at 8:30. Please don't talk about the case or do any research related to the case.